MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because they had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Mahamat Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
Some of you who comes to parliaments always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arises, when there are some reasons to talk. Yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, for as a member of parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but his people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people, you come to parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter in their constituency, you won't see much projects. You can't notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason.
For you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether RA, funerals, you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for? If you
enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankies, all the way from Frankies down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, Saint Kizito said, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee, even before I was born, especially when it rains. You can't walk there. You can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from Hot Coffee all the way to Kanda Highway. And there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque. And I demolished the mosque and then opened up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did. All the way is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. So the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge. It's called Naza Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major road, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we were able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. There are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do, at least we can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the wasi, we make sure we support them with the math sets and so on. Sometimes we give them books and and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does the people, his people like him? Yes, so they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason.
How is that feedback? Like how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. I'm always my always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at Setkizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when you come, my relationship with the, we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we judge to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend the program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend the program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
Oh, no, that's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people do things so, especially the taxi drivers, those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though there's incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled, because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima, guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that.
Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to... How did it happen? How did it work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You've been in parliament for next 12 years because how did you resolve? Did you engage people, chief imams, stakeholders, and how do you?
I do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also they are playing a very, very wonderful role, our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in NIMA, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering. We make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in NIMA, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them, I educate them. If you have a daughter or you have a son who wants to go to school and you can't afford it, come to my office. Yes, I will support you to make sure we pay the fees for you. So all those things also, it has been so helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't go, or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes, because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing.
We've left your constituency. We are now in Parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy.
Yes.
Would you say we are in crisis, looking at our recent 4 hikes and what's going on in this country? I think I don't need to give details, but what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of...
I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mama told them, His Excellency John Ramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. People, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then it was, if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You came and make noise. Today you are the vice president. Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, 3rd quarter, 4th quarter. Now we are almost end of the 1st quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it, that NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it.
We are currently at the Ayawaso East Constituency. We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground, or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Tayawa so is today because of your MP. He's been in Parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016, and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in Parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Muhammad Toure is somebody, he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNaza, if you go to Nima Market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima Market and the Nima Madina Station, hot coffee area, all he put pavement. He went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. He went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital at Nima. And though he didn't complete throughout, but he did reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operation, Smith your Lungu, he have done all. Before Nima, you can't pass inside Nima. But now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing, you have no problem. So to talk in Parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency, no, we are not talking about your graduate, no, it's action. What you have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we'll be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in Parliament, no. We see some people speaking in Parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the Parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at Parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced me to Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen, and we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the Parliament, it's not about speaking at the Parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the big difference.
If he contests again, do you think he will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. He's not here for me, but I can show the project to him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say he's not talking, we don't need his talking at the Parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN. Everywhere you go, because his name is Mohammed Toure Nasser. So I short it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader. Listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in Parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in Parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in Parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and Energy in Parliament, then we should thank God that we and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in parliament, talking in parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief whip, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are certified with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with it's okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nasir because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust. He promised and he deliver. You understand? He promised and he deliver. So Honorable Nasir, I think, unless he decide not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in
especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see first it was very dirty. They put bola at any place, but now if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is this someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say he knows me already.
Kasa de enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma. So na adwuma ntina ye to ma no because wo bae no nsese aba mentemu ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no nsese abem bebre because first the kwan we no na water down into nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi mfa ha but wo bae na aja na kokwa adum tu wo so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so ntinu ama bebia bebre nya hanko ha ntinu obia hwese ne na adwuma city ansana wato ama no enye ne kasa obi wo a kasa parliament bia wo nya send amanfo ye pe aman wa ayama omo ntinu eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na send ye wono so ne mente musu be ye so ntinu eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo bo ni pa send ye ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyene a wono so otimi tie nipa su frena ono so send ye kakra wo no metimi abo nipa tina no de enye wonye bad wo ho se mpunto ne send ye wo hu nipa mo bronde enu de wonye ayikura
esa be magana parliament take win seat in shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowani lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowani lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gege gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya ba da uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da wa isa ga kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka aka ya dare baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwar Nima ka shiga kai tafiya ka kwanta ko ina.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Nazar Muhammad Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
My parents weren't there on that day of the competition, And then they called and my dad was screaming and my mom was excited. My dad always screams when you do something. A proud father.
And Loise won't talk because you have raised the topic. She might have interest in it. You have to call her to talk. And when you call her to talk, she would speak. So her keeping quiet is not a bluff.
We had a number of people, also good speakers with very good potential, but we had to select 2 people. So after 3 days of trying them on the various rounds, preparing them for the various rounds, we thought that, okay, I think our final decision would be Loise and one other lady, Melifa.
I like to work out. I started doing basketball in JHS and I draw. My dad is a language person, so everyone learns a language. And then everyone plays an instrument.
We are in to pay bills. Nobody can say you will not pay bills. You can't do that. You can't use electricity and say I will not pay bills.
The never-ending impasse between the Electricity Company of Ghana and residents of the Krobo area for over the past 2 weeks has resulted in the cut of power supply to the entire Krobo land. Today, on this special episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, we are in the Krobo municipality to speak to some residents and to find out from them how we got here. This is Say It Loud with me, George AEC. The people of Krobo land, just like any other Ghanaian community, enjoyed electricity supply until 2014, when the business relationship between residents of the area and the Electricity Company of Ghana took a different turn. The issue that brought it up, overbilling.
So from 2014 to 2017, a committee, Kofi Afel committee, also stated that 2014-2017, that bill should be cancelled. There is a chart with ECG also show that that bill is refencing. There is difference between cancellation and refencing. Refencing means maybe tomorrow you can bring that thing out, that this is your debt, you will pay. Per my understanding, from 2018 to 2022 or 2021, they are given 5 years period to pay. Now, our concern, major concern is, if I, Nene Sakino, this house, I own a debt, I must know that maybe I own 20,000 Ghana cedi on my meter. So by giving me prepaid, maybe you will be taking 5 cedi. Anytime I buy prepaid, then I know that by 1 year, that bill will be cleared from the system. So that after 1 year, if you are still charging me, then I have to find out why you are doing so. If that thing having been done, and you say I own you, without knowing the history of my meter, the amount that I own on my meter, which means if 30 years, and you say you are taking that debt, I have nothing because you say I owe you. I didn't know the actual amount. You just summarize everything that the Krobos own 160 million Ghana cedi. 160 million Ghana cedi. Every meter, we have to know, technically, we have to know the amount that every meter consumes. If that has been done, because there are some new meters which have been given to people, even they are not operating yet. Those meters, there is no debt on it. They will be removed them and fees prepaid, which means those meters also will pay a debt.
We were paying bills until 2014, overbilling started. You said maybe this shop pay 50 cedis a month. All of a sudden, 5,000 start coming. 1 meter, one shop, 3,000, 2,000. So abnormal bills. So when we started the noise, they themselves accepted that it was an error, a mistake. So what do? You come and sit with the people. These same mistakes they are demanding because you said it was an error. Later you say I should come and be paying small. Where do we done that? And that thing started 2014 till date. UCG does not come and sit with the people to suggest how the thing. They will go to maybe the paramount chief. When they go to the paramount, whatever the paramount chief will say, then they took it like that. But the paramount chief doesn't, excuse me, so he doesn't pay bill for me. I am the victim. I'm your customer. UCG, you are my customer. So come to me. Since 2014, since the demonstration 2014, they stopped bringing in bills. So they accumulated the bills. Then they came and they say we should pay all. I can't pay like that.
About 5 years ago, when this thing happened, it started with overbill. So when the overbill came, we tried to solve it. We couldn't. Anytime we make effort to solve the problem, we couldn't solve it. So that's till now, that problem is still there.
Why is the problem not being solved? Is it that you are refusing to understand the position of the ECG, or the ECG is refusing to understand the people of Kobo?
The ECG, they don't want to understand us. They want us to do what they want, but they don't want us to do what we want.
And what is it that you want?
The prepaid is not the problem. When there's no problem, when the people come, we accept it. But now there's problem. So you have to solve the problem first before the prepaid.
People speculate that the people of Krobo do not want to pay any light bills, but the power is not our family property. We never had any issues since 1969, when electricity was first brought to this area. But from 2014 to 2016, we're receiving bills as much as 8,000 Ghana cedis. Imagine an old lady at home being asked to pay a bill of 8,000 Ghana cedis. So we said no. From 1969 to 2014, we have never received such bills.
1969, ever drew 2014. Let them massa.
We have asked that we investigate and find a solution, but now they are insisting on introducing the prepaid meters. But we are also saying we won't accept the prepaid meters because it is a ploy to have us pay for the debt.
To find a lasting solution to this, ECG has sought to replace all the existing postpaid meters in the area with prepaid meters, but this has been met with resistance from residents.
I can't believe all of a sudden we didn't know they bring in soldiers. The meter, the last time I checked, that meter in my house belonged to me. My name on it. So when you want to change that meter, you have to talk to me and tell me the reason you are changing the meter. I should accept before you take it off. You can't put gun on me and say, because I saw a military man handing gun, you have to take my meter off, then you feel prepaid for me. We don't do that. They don't respect us. ECG doesn't respect us. We are in to pay bills. Nobody can say you will not pay bills. You can't do that. You can't use electricity and say I will not pay bills. We don't say that. We are paying until they started overbilling. The whole issue started with overbilling. I know a house around my house. I can take you there. They gave me 40,000 a household. 40,000. 40,000 house, not a mortuary or not a mock or maybe some company house, self-contained. He lived in the house with the wife and the kids. 40,000. He made a move to the ECG office. They said he should wait. He should be coming and be paying small. Wow.
So on what principle are you refusing to accept the prepaid?
Because of the overbill. That's why we don't want to accept the prepaid.
You are just asking that that debt be cancelled.
That's what all of us we are expecting. When the debt cancelled, When they bring the prepaid, we are going to accept it.
It is the overbilling that has resulted in all of this. Before this overbilling issue, we were paying electricity bills from the Kwame Nkrumah era till date.
Ever since generation, we are paying light bill. We have been paying. So when this thing started, this overbill, that caused the whole problem. Understand?
Amidst security and safety concerns for their staff, ECG has cut power supply to Krobo since July 27. This has had a significantly devastating effect on both social and economic activities.
Look at how people are suffering. Innocent people are suffering. Students are suffering, hospitals are suffering, and market women and myself. You see my shop, because I work with the fitters, the welders. Because of the light, my shop is down now.
We are suffering because we don't have lights now and we have to use generators. We use up to 3 gallons of a petrol a day before we are able to make ends meet. It has become a problem for us in Krobo land, and we know our customers do not have money to even get haircuts.
So have you increased your price?
Yeah.
I have now increased my prices. I used to charge about 7 cedis for a haircut, but it's now 10 cedis because of the fuel cost.
You say that because of that people are not coming that as they used to.
Because the money.
Patronage is also low because businesses have come to a halt because there's no money in the system. As a result of this, when they come, they ask for a reduction in a 10 cedi charge.
So if this continues for some time, how do you envision this is going to affect you? It's already affecting you, but going forward, if the light still doesn't come, how is it going to impact you?
It will greatly affect us because a lot of the folks have now relocated to villages and other towns. If the light do not come back on soon, it will greatly affect us. Drivers have also not been spared from the impact of this. Before the power cut, we had passengers traveling from Accra to purchase items including frozen fish. Now we travel in empty cars. We don't get passengers to pick because they complain they do not have power to even preserve their goods.
Dodo na first na ya ko form buy na omo wo fridge a omo na omo use light no ombeto a omo nya mfaso adechi a omo za be kwa akra asa goto enam no bi anasa ashama anasa tema enso light ni we obia ntukwan biom.
My wife sells fish, but she has to stop because of the cost of fueling a generator, which has become very expensive.
You can see everywhere is dry. Nobody is around to work with. So there's problem.
Talk about your customers. I mean, how is it really affecting you?
Really, it's affecting us because without the customers, we can't do anything. Without the customers, we can't work, we can't do anything. And we come and stay from morning to night, nothing is happening. Then all of us will go home and come the next day. While almost a week now, nothing is happening.
When the girl chop money, everything upset. Even cry, our wife cries, we stop everything for us. So we need light. Yeah, immediately. Anything we solve that problem.
How much do you go home with a day?
Sometimes if I'm going home, I get 500, 600. Right now, if I'm going, nothing.
From 500 to 0.
Yes, sir. When you are 0, you don't get nothing. Because for 6 months, but we know the job yet. The money are all finished. Yes, sir. So we back.
Do you have children?
Oh, really? My wife and children, they're all here.
How is this situation affecting you at home?
Hungry. We are hungry, seriously. We don't have anything to eat. Children will be crying. They'll go to school. They'll come back in the evening. Nothing. Daddy, where's our food? We don't have. Because there's no light. We are in the darkness. From 6 o'clock, we see everybody running to go and sleep because we don't have light. So it's affecting us seriously.
Not even providers of essential services have been spared from the power cuts. The St. Martin de Porres Hospital in Agomenya handles over 300 patients at its OPD alone on a daily basis. The medical superintendent at the hospital, Dr. Stephen Kosi, told us how the facility has been getting by.
I think since the power outage, we have been running full services 24/7. We've been running our OPD, our inpatients, our maternity has been working fully, antenatal, children's ward. We've been doing all our elective cases and emergencies. I think that we're all hoping that the power will be restored so that we can go back to using power from ECG. We as clinicians have still been working, but then as management we realized that our generator, which is a very old generator, has been working 24/7 since this outage, and the fear is that if this generator kaputs, if it goes off, then that will be the end of our clinical service, because we are a fully digital institution. All our OPD, inpatients, pharmacy, lab, everything is fully automated, which means that we are completely and utterly dependent on power. So power from ECG obviously is the best choice, but in the absence of that, we're using our generator 24/7. Our old generator has been providing the power, but then we realized that if this generator kaputs, then that will be the end. And then also considering how much fuel we have been using, 5,000 cedis every single day to run this 24-hour service, it is simply not sustainable.
The hospital, despite managing to operate, is on the brink of a shutdown.
Management has decided that then we will need to reduce the amount of fuel that we spend, and then also the generator also needs to be put off a bit to rest, because if this generator goes off, that is the end of all clinical services in the facility. So that is where we are right now. It is not as if we are no longer running. We are still running a full 24/7 service. It's just that after 2 o'clock, we let the fuel get finished, and then we have to let the generator rest a bit. But then currently we are running a full service. OPD is working, our inpatients are also working. I think that this is not sustainable. Looking at the fact that we are not getting any proper communication from anybody in terms of ECG or the powers that be, we don't know how long this is going to go for. But then as clinicians, we need to advise ourselves. As management, we need to advise ourselves and know how to manage the institution prudently. Because if this generator should kaput, then that is it. St. Martin's will have to close down permanently.
The situation, according to the medical superintendent, is gradually having a toll on the morale of staff at the hospital.
It is obvious that if you live in a community where power has been off continuously for 2 weeks, where you cannot preserve your food, where you are scared to go out after 6 p.m., then you come to work grudgingly, but then you still have to come to work. And I think that if it continues to go on, we will have some agitation, because you cannot continue to always come to work and then you go back home, there is no power to do anything at all at home. Okay, you cannot preserve your food, you cannot do anything at all, and it is, of course, the heat is also very, very unbearable. So the security situation is more of a priority to management. Because of that, I believe we've changed a lot of their schedules to make sure that nobody is traveling within the community to come to work after 6 p.m. Those doing night duty are here by 6, and by 6 a.m. then they go back home.
Back in the towns, residents are keeping up with the situation by charging their phones and LED lights with generators at a fee. This proves an income-generating venture for some entrepreneurs. However, even those cashing in from the situation say they wish power will soon be restored to save their community from crisis.
We have been managing for the past 3 weeks. This is the business I started as a result of the crisis to make ends meet. If you charge a YAM phone, it's about 3 Ghana cedis, and a touchscreen costs about 4 Ghana cedis. I charge the lamps for about 6 cedis.
Which ones are 4 cedis?
The YAM or G4, YAM or 3 CD.
Okay.
Get touch of 4 CD.
Okay, so this will be the YAM, what you refer to as the YAM, and the smart ones.
4 CD.
The lamps are
6 CDs.
6 CDs.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it that you are happy that business is booming for you or what?
I'm not doing this because I'm happy with our current predicament. Not at all. When people come, they ask for a reduction, but I cannot do that because of the cost of fuel at the moment.
Krobo land has always been said to be shining. However, the experience in the last 2 weeks has been different for indigenes and other residents, including essential service providers. What would usually be a bustling nightlife in the big towns of Krobo is now a silent, dark night. Amidst growing security concerns and the negative impact on socio-economic activities, the people of Krobo want power supply to be restored with urgency, while measures are taken to address the impasse about metering and bailing.
It hasn't been easy, my brother. I just got a new generator, it cost me 2,900 cedis, and then we are not working because there is no light. And the cost of fuel one of these days too, we cannot work with fuel. So I'm just waiting for 1 or 2 monies, Momo, so I can get to the station and get some fuel before I can start work. As you can see, I have a lot of things to work. This weekend there will be funerals around which I need to work for them, but yes, still I cannot do anything. So it's really not affecting us in our businesses. So we are pleading on the leaders so they should speak on our behalf. And we are also in need of the light, so we'll be able to work peacefully.
Yes,
we are pleading with the government to intervene, so the old debt will be cancelled. We don't have a problem.
problem. Na se pa se kada da no be wo on be ka se me twa no kakra
and we are not in favor of the
ne twa no kira and privilege no so yempe.
I think this situation has gone on for a very long time. And I believe that we have opinion leaders in the community, we have politicians, and as a facility, our mandate is only to take care of the sick that come to us. So we only plead to the powers that be, ECG, the politicians, members of parliament, to come together and restore power for us. We are only here to take care of those who are sick, our own brothers and sisters and those who live within the community. It isn't right that us doing this work, we go through such hardship. So that is my final word to them. They should please help us sort out this issue so that we can continue to preserve lives.
The Electricity Company of Ghana remains resolute that until the completion of its prepaid installation exercise and the safety of its employees guaranteed, it will not supply power to the people of Krobo. Residents of the area are also asking for the restoration of power before any form of engagement begins. This has been a special episode of Say Loud with me, George AC. Special thanks going out to my camera person, Richard Van Der Poy, my driver, Bright Boatin, and our correspondent here at Krobo, Mr. Michael Obete, for hosting us. Bye.
check it. How was it? My. Aba. Nabo. The link in my WhatsApp. I'm sharing WhatsApp. Some me number. Oh. 054 181931. Boss. What? About the chief. like if the face they come up, I'm taking the trumpet. Yeah, okay, fine. My son, my No register my pressure on so when I'm selling you may you online some register online. That's not my office right now. I got the Wi-Fi. That means I'm honey home. Yeah, you see I can say Wi-Fi. Yeah, you see. Honey. Okay, yeah, on the minister. Oh, I don't know. On the minister, and I'm a plan and I'm also a couple of seconds. Yeah, session. When I say, you're recording the session. Yeah, the first session. Yeah, no, And it's tripod, no, not shabby, no coffee. I want to come from the ship. Yeah, but I'm not sure. They're not tell you. They're not tell you. I'm saying.
Deputy Regional Director, Africa, Mr. Newly yesterday. We welcome President comes to the
Also,
I mean, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this beautiful venue in Accra. I'm so excited to all the participants in the GhanaWeb Teak Conference. Before distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the local Ghanaian committee of Constituent and our chairman, I'm pleased to welcome all of you to the first World Teak Conference. Thank you. Well done because the compliment gets from his deputy state, Madam Nadia. One is the release of millions of acknowledged in the company of the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Deputy Benito Constituent. This morning by the presence of the board of the Forestry Commission Ghana, amongst them was here, His Royal Highness one to Teak the Forestry Commission, to the executive and the deputies, the enforcement from ITTO, and all the others for your support in ensuring that the conference is held in Accra. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as to some slides and I have on the second round. I want to know who were the first foresters that were trained in Ghana from 1981 to 1985. We have from others who also trained us, so they are in here. You know, in 1982, it's called when I was in the second year, then there is the sophomore year. And the debate on tea started at that time. And we have a lot of when you are young, a student, other things, and we were saying that, you know, tea should not be wanted because it has caused, you know, agenda or health conservation issues. When you are very much involved in this issue of conservation, but it took us 10 years to realize that beauty is in the hands of the grower, and you can actually plant tea and make it beneficial to the environment. And that is why I am here to listen to studies that have been done, studies on genetics, studies on environment, studies on farming, to know that it is actually essential that we plant and ensure that we manage them all. So that is the journey, and I'm hopeful that we come up with conference lessons that will help drive forward team management in Ghana. I would also, in concluding, I would say that, you know, team was first in the African region when we took the documentation in 1904 in Nigeria. That's a long time ago. And then it was then planted by the Germans in 1905 in Ghana, the Volta region. But it took almost 50 years before we came up with management plans for tea. And at that time, it was talked about the Teak web sector. That is what the technical needs that we have. Because we don't see the importance of this. But I'm hopeful and also I did program I come and take it is noted that I think 9 million hectares of natural forest about almost 5 million hectares of plantation. But when it comes to Africa, a study I always talk about that. And I've said that Ghana has one of the largest areas of tea plantations in Africa. So challenges, we have moved forward in Ghana. And between 2000, the Forestry Commission was planting about 10,000 acres of tea per year. Having said that, I believe that we are in organic for an important national and international assignment. And it is my pleasure that the Lowdown objectives of the World Teak Conference will be achieved. Before coming to a close on these remarks, I would like to remind our operators and speakers that we will not stop one another, and therefore everybody should strictly stay to the time. I will have 2 cards, a yellow card and a red card, and I'll be showing the cards not only to the speakers but to the moderators. So if the moderators, when you see your time, you will also get the red card. We want to strictly keep the time. I sincerely hope that you all enjoy today and the next few days of discussions and networking. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to humbly accept to be the chair of this important conference. Honorable representatives of the Forestry Commission of Ghana, conference chairs and co-chairs, and representatives of international organizations. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, and this is a very good morning, and it is my great Overall Conference. And I'm very that more than 100 registered participants from more than 30 which previous conference is close to a new world record. You know that held in Costa Rica in 2011, in Thailand in 2013, and in Ecuador in 2015. For the first time, a World Teak Conference and I would like to congratulate the Forest Information of Ghana and the Council of Industrial Research for their support and effort after the setbacks due to the global corona pandemic. We are as Ghana growing countries and
acknowledge you if you are here. We have the representative of the Highways Authority, Mr. Samuel Osei Asamoah, with us this morning. Also with us is the Urban Roads Regional Director, Engineer Francis Gambra. If you are here, we acknowledge you. With us is the MC for Ashanti Achim Central, who is Miss Honorable Robert Kwachi. Honorable, if you are here, we acknowledge you. With us also is the MC for Ashanti Achim South, and also the Dean for MMDCs in Ashanti region, and my brother, Mr. Alexander Frimpong, Honorable Alexander Frimpong. We have with us the Feeder Roads Regional Director, Mr. Justice Cranting. If you are here, we acknowledge you. With us also is the Mayor of Kumasi. You know him already, Honorable Samuel Pine. We acknowledge you, Honorable. We also have the Regional Coordinating Director, Mrs. Emilia A. Botre. If you are here, we acknowledge you, Chief. And as I mentioned earlier, the Regional Minister responsible for Ashanti region, Honorable Simon Osei Mensah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will now yield the podium to the Honorable Minister to take us through his substantive presentation, after which we will come to you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. First of all, I bring you greetings from His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, the chiefs and good people of the Ashanti region. And I'm here to present on behalf of the good people of Ashanti and the Regional Coordinating Council. At this press briefing, some of the significant strides that this government has made within the Ashanti region since 2017. Unfortunately for me, because of the size of the region and the number of districts that we have, I'm unable to touch all sectors. And I'm here to do 3 sectors, that is roads, health, and then education. Good. They should roll it in. Good. Ashanti region has a land size of 24,389 square kilometers, and it is centrally located. The population of the region as per the 2021 population and housing census is 5,440,463. It is the second most populous region, and even after the redemarcation of the new regions, is now the largest region in terms of size. Previously, it was the northern region, but after Savannah and Northeast, we're taking off the northern region. Ashanti region, even in terms of landmark, is the largest. We have 43 district assemblies. The second to us, which is even Eastern region, has 33. Even for Eastern region, we beat them by 10 assemblies. We have one metropolitan assembly for which I have my mayor, Honorable Samuel Pan, with us. And then we have 19 municipal assemblies and 23 district assemblies. We have 47 constituencies out of the 275 constituencies of the country. This represents about 17% of the number of people in the House of Parliament. And if you take the assemblies, we have about 16.5 of them. We have major challenges as of 2017. When the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, graciously gave me the position to take care of the Ashanti region, I did a cursory analysis of the problems of the region. And most, or on top of the regions, we had very poor road network. That time, Ashanti region was second to Central region in terms of west roads. And then the next area was health infrastructure within the region. The health infrastructure too, we were west than any other region. That time it was 10 regions, but Ashanti region was west in terms of health infrastructure in relation to the population size. The other one was that we have several uncompleted health projects. Then security was also a challenge, sanitation was a challenge, educational infrastructure, especially after the introduction of the free SHS. We realized that we had a huge deficit of educational infrastructure. A cursory analysis of the challenges revealed that the topmost were in the areas of road, health, education, security, and sanitation. But for the purpose of this particular press briefing, I'm restricting myself to road, health, and then education. The road sector. Since 2017, the region has seen 336 separate road contracts with a total length of 6,498.75 kilometers. Out of this, 1,515.06 kilometers have been completed, representing about 23.3%. And the breakdown, we have the first table there for Department of Urban Roads. Department of Urban Roads has awarded 64 contracts. When it comes to the Ghana Highways Authority, they've also awarded 69 contracts. And then Feeder Roads has the largest, which is about 203 contracts, all summing up to the figure of 336. One area people have been yearning for is the construction of interchanges in the Ashanti region. Just on the 28th of July last month, Parliament approved a loan facility of 140 million euros for the construction of the Swami interchange. Besides that, let me explain some things or give additional information. The Sofo Line interchange, which was started by former President Kufuor's regime, also had other interchanges included. One is the Bekwai Roundabout interchange. The other will be the G Roundabout overpass, which we also call interchange. So if the Sofo Line interchange project is finally completed, then it means we have an interchange at Bekwai Roundabout and also an interchange at Komfanochi Teaching Hospital Roundabout. I think he will show you some of the routes. We have so many. If you are talking about 1,515 kilometers, we cannot show everything. So we show you a few of them. But when I took over the affairs of Ashanti region, I sat down with the captains of the road sector in the region, and we strategized. The first thing we decided to do was to fix broken bridges. The roads were not very bad, But because some bridges, major bridges, had collapsed, the diversions were too long, so we decided that let's fix first the bridges for which the cost is quite low, and then make those roads motorable. So if you go to Airport Junction, there's a hotel we call Samand Hotel. There was a major bridge there, we fixed that one. We have Kodaso, we have a cream going to Bokrum area. There was another bridge there on the Odium Junction through Angomasu to Domiabra. We fixed 2 there. If you go to, there's a lady who had a restaurant, that area, her name is Popra, around Kodaso. She also, her area, we fixed another bridge. We fixed several bridges to make sure that those roads became motorable. Then the next step was also to look at the main road leading to Kumasi. That's the major trunk road to Kumasi. That's the Accra-Kumasi road. And the major challenge on that road, or the major challenges on the road were 2. One, we had some runabouts which were very uncomfortable, which were very uncomfortable for motorists, especially articulated tracks. So we needed to redesign the 4 runabouts. The one at Jusso, the other at Ujum Junction, one at Bodi Junction, and the other at Tech Police Station. After the redesigning of these runabouts, what we witnessed is that from that time, it has minimized the accident we used to have and the heavy traffic we used to have on that road. Again, between Tech Junction and Anraga Junction, the place was highly deteriorated, and we needed to fix that side. And then we had to look at the inner ring road, so we tackled between Anraga Junction and Airport Runabout, then between the Airport Runabout, and then Swahili Runabout, just to minimize the traffic within these areas. Having done that, then we needed to look at all the other major entry points to Kumasi. So we first had a look at the Lake Road. So we awarded between Coca-Cola area, that's around Brewery area, to Dompasi Junction, to Chico, a Chinese company. That particular project had 6 components. The first component is the road itself that we needed to dualize. The second component is a bridge over River Susan. The third component, those who know Kumasi very well, when you get to Kumasi South Hospital, we normally call it Atonisu Agogo Hospital, there was a lorry terminal there, and always there was heavy traffic. So we needed to relocate the terminal at Dompasi Junction. So that is the other component of the road. And then 2 kilometers by 38 meters storm drains. I think, according to the captains of the industry, they are saying it's going to be the longest storm drain in West Africa. I don't know, but once they see, I carry the information they give me. That one is almost completed. We are left with just about 20 meters, and that has not been done because the main bridge, we are now filling the banks. And when that is done, we will complete the construction of that side. And then downstream the river, we have 1 footpath for pedestrians, and we have another bridge for vehicles. So these are the 6 components of the road. The terminal is completed. The bridge is almost completed. After they fill the banks of the bridge, it means that it's completed. What will be left outstanding is just about maximum less than 500 meters of the road to be dualized, and that project will be fully completed. Then, having looked at that, then we had to look at beyond the Dompasi Junction, which we also awarded in 3 phases. The first phase was about 8.8 kilometers from Dompasi Junction to Apuchuja. One side is fully completed. The other side is about 75% complete. And that is to make sure that we take off the heavy traffic on that stretch of the road leading to Kumasi. Then we move from there to the main Obuasi Road, and we needed to make 2 interventions. We realized from Kokobin to Anyuan Kwanta, there's always heavy traffic. But from Anyuan Kwanta to Obuasi was so bad that a distance one could take just about 30 minutes to cover. It was taking people about 2 hours. And in order to avoid the bad road, people took detour at Anyankwanta, through Bekwai, to Femena, to Adansiasokwa, before they would turn and go through to Tutuka to join Obuasi. So we realized that yes, there's heavy traffic at Kokobin area, but that portion of the route is better as compared from Anyankwanta to Obuasi. So we needed to fix the Anyankwanta to Obuasi. That one is almost fully completed. The major aspect of that project is construction of a bridge on River Oda, where the contractor has not started. But when it comes to the road itself, it's almost completed. Then from there, we realized that, yes, we are doing Anyankwanta to Obuasi, but still the traffic at Kokobin is very heavy. So what can we do? Then say, let's get a critical link route. A critical link route that can take off some of the heavy traffic on the Kokobin portion to join Trede. So we needed to construct Ahojo through Sokoban to Trede. That one is also about 95% complete. We are left with just a short distance within Sokoban, which is 800 meters. Then that portion is also completed. We have challenges with the payment of compensation. And now we are thinking around, because after the first estimate was given to us, we realized that compensation payment alone is almost 15 million Ghana cedis. And then the cost of fixing that length of about 800 meters is less than 6 million. So the question now is, do we do just slightly widened single lane through the community and then save about 8 million to fix the Sokoban town route? Because that route, they've done all the drains, is left with bitumen surfacing. So this is the point that we are currently. Whether we do the demolition and pay the almost 15 million, or we do a slightly widened single lane and then use the remaining amount to fix the Sokoban and the Daban town routes. When we were done with that one, then we needed to look at the Sofola interchange. So we needed to sit down with the contractors, that's China Jew, and then to see how we could continue with that project. That stalled from 2009. You know, that project was started by former President John Ejikun Kufuor's regime, but it stalled. There were no payments. And we had huge outstanding of interim payment certificates that had not been paid. And the worst aspect of that project is that the project is financially is in two components. One component is CD, the other component is dollar. And after every 90 days of issuance of an IPC, that's interim payment certificate, when it's not paid, the contractor will apply for interest on delayed payments. So whilst we were not continuing with the project, we were still paying interest on outstanding IPCs. And then when you look at the dollar component, which is tied to the performance of the cedi, as the cedi depreciates, we needed to cough more cedis to go and make payment for that dollar aspect. So we made huge debt, and we needed to sit down and negotiate. Initially, we thought we could pay something small for them to get back to site. The minister helped us, the Minister for Roads and Highways, and paid 50 million. After the payment of the 50 million, they said, no, this is just a drop in the ocean. Then he assisted us with another 50 million. They said, no, we are not going. So we needed to sit down with them and come out with a financial arrangement which made them go back to site. We are left with less than 500 meters to complete that particular project. But now we had some financial challenges again. Fortunately, we needed to look at the financing arrangement. So one of the recent loans that was approved by Parliament, that is 750 million, there's a component that is going to go to China Jew to complete that portion of the route. For now, I think that is all that I will say about the route network. Do I complete everything before I take questions? Okay. Now let me move on to the health sector. First of all, I'll start with capitation in the health sector. If you remember, in 2011, the then government, the NDC government, introduced capitation in the health sector only to the Ashanti region. Out of the 10 regions, it was only in the Ashanti region that the capitation in the health sector was introduced. It was expected to be piloted for just 6 months. Unfortunately, for 6 years plus, we were still in that capitation policy. We had several demonstrations that that policy must be abolished. Nothing happened to the policy until the new Patriotic Party regime came, led by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And within the first 6 months, or even less than 6 months, then the policy was abolished. We told them that, yes, Mr. President, we Ashantis, we are not greedy. We are very hospitable. We are prepared to share. So if the capitation is good for Ashanti, then it must be ruled to all the remaining 9 regions, so that we all share. But if it cannot be ruled to the remaining 9 regions, then I don't think that Ashanti region, we can also take the capitation. It was abolished, and it gave us a good sign of relief in the health sector. People were dying because, for instance, my hometown from Jachi, which is just about 12 kilometers away from Kumasi, and if I select a health facility in, let's say, Bosomchi, that is St. Michael's, which is less than a kilometer to my hometown, and I come to Kumasi and I fall sick, there's no way I can go to Konfanochi, which was a very bad policy. And so people were just dying, those who could not afford to pay. And then, so this policy, this killer policy, that was removed by the president. The people of Ashanti region, we are very grateful to him. Now let's move on to human resources. The table is there, but I'll try to do a quick summary. In 2016, doctors in Ashanti region were 113. As we speak, we have 218, an increase of 105, representing about 93% increase. Let me pick another one, nurses. Of late, I think the issue of nurses have come to the floor, so let me pick them as one of the examples. In 2016, we have 5,936 nurses in the Ashanti region. As we speak, we have 9,645, an increase of 3,709, representing about 62% increase. Let's move on to midwives. We had 1,131, now we have 3,114. Difference of 1,983, representing 175%. Then you move on to pharmacists. We had 95, now we have 135, an increase of 40 pharmacists, representing about 50-something%. Then the other one is physician medical assistants. Physician medical assistants. We had 220, now we have 288, an increase of 68. Then biomedical scientists, we have 59, now we have 131, an increase of 122. But if you take the total staffing as at 2016 was 10,331. Now we have 16,845, an increase of 6,614, which is very significant, about 65% increase. When we come to the indicators, you realize that when we were the worst region in terms of health facilities, now the situation has significantly changed. And most of the indicators that we had fallen short of the target, now most of them we are within comfort levels within the target. And I'll give you first one, doctor to population ratio. 2016, it was 1:13,798. That meant that at that time, one doctor was to see 13,798 patients. As we speak, we've come down to 1:5,529, but the target is 1:7,500. So if you look at this, it means we are comfortably within the target, far below the 7,500 that we are supposed to achieve. Let's move on to the next one. Nurse to population ratio, it was 1:945. As we speak, it's 1:387. The target is 1:450. We are comfortably also within this target level. So there's significant improvement in the health sector now since 2017. You move on to midwife to women in fertility age population ratio. In 2016, it was 1:1,151. As we speak, it's 1:267, which means that we are far, far below the target of 1:700. That is, the ideal situation is 1:700, but now we are far below 1:267. Within all the areas, there's significant improvement. Now we have health infrastructure. I think this has been on the airwaves for a long time, since 2017, that some health facilities that were ongoing have been abandoned. And the reality is what we are going to see now. First, ongoing infrastructure as at January 2017. There was one facility at Fomena, which dates back from the late Kutu Champon regime, and regimes have come, regimes have gone. It has not been completed, but I can assure you that latest by the end of September, I know if everything works well, the president might be in Ashanti region for his tour, maybe in October, and it will be one of the projects that will be commissioned in the Ashanti region. So now it's 99%. There are only few things left about the landscaping, and after that, this project will be completed. People were talking so much about it, but there was challenge in the financial arrangement. The same thing applies to Kumawu. It's a similar financial arrangement for the Kumawu District Hospital. But now that the government has resolved, everything is moving on smoothly. So the Fomena Hospital, which has been on the drawing board for over 40 years or so, will be commissioned this year, God willing. Then Bekwai, this also started during Kutu Champon's regime. And there have been so many talk about this hospital. Various governments have come and gone. Some did something on them, others abandoned them completely. But I'm glad to tell you that in November 2020, the president commissioned that hospital, and that hospital is functional. Then you come to Tepa Hospital. That was another issue. Even when the president commissioned the hospital, people started saying that, yes, they commissioned the hospital is not completed. You know, sometimes when you occupy certain positions, gradually you begin to learn so many things. It was there I was informed that the commissioning of the project does not necessarily mean the next day the hospital is receiving patients. They will have to train the health staff on the new equipments, test run the equipment before they can start introducing them department by department. You don't move the whole hospital at a go, but maybe you move outpatients. Later you can move what we call maybe female ward or male ward, and then gradually the surgery, everything will move, and then until the last batch of the team is moved to that hospital. That hospital is also now functional and is receiving patients for the past 1.5 years. Then you come to Sechere Kumawu. Sechere Kumawu, the last time I visited the place, which is about some 3 weeks, 1 month ago, they told me by December ending, all the civil works will be completed. And then between January 2023 and April 2023, then they will install all the necessary equipment. So hopefully by mid-year 2023, if everything goes on as scheduled, that hospital will also be commissioned. So the March talk about Kumawu Hospital, there will not be any further discussion on the completion. If there will be any discussion, it will be the operationalization of the hospital and how it's functioning. The next one is Seria Regional Hospital. You know, originally this hospital was supposed to be sited at Kumasi South Hospital, what many people call Atusu Agogo Hospital. Currently, that is expected to be the regional hospital of Ashanti, but it hasn't got facilities that qualify it even to be a district hospital. I'm telling you, there are many hospitals in this country we call district hospital that don't qualify to be called district hospital, because you don't just call a hospital district hospital. Fortunately, the regional director of health services is here. If the need arises, maybe you come and explain what makes a particular hospital a district hospital or a regional hospital. It's just like putting up a building and you say you are using it as a hotel. You cannot just jump and say this is 3-star, this is 4-star, this is 5-star. You have what should go into that hotel facility before it can be qualified as a 5-star, 4-star, or 3-star hotel. And I'm telling you, if you do cursory analysis of most of the hospitals in this country, which we call district hospitals, municipal hospitals, regional hospitals, they don't qualify, because we don't have most of the things that will make them district or regional hospitals. So the Sewia Hospital, which is 250 beds, is about 98% complete. When you go there now, all the equipment have been fixed. The internal roofs have been done. They are left with small things about landscaping and tidying up some few knots. Me, when even they told me it's 98%, I was doubting, because I think it's a hospital in itself now. This one too, the only challenge, which is not directly related to that project, is the power. The transformer there is not enough to support the equipment in the hospital. So now they've requested for a substation, ECG substation. We did a similar thing when we get to Afari. Afari too, when they tested the equipment, they realized that the transformer was not strong enough to support the equipment. So they requested for ECG substation, which we've constructed a very nice ECG substation for them. And that is a similar thing we are going to do for Sewia, so that we don't have frequent breakdown of the new equipment that have been installed. But this one too, I'm sure, God willing, by the year end, we should be able to commission it. Ashanti Achim Central is completed, is awaiting commissioning. What has delayed us a bit is that the access road, we need to Butchman's office. And we are sure that by the end of September, we should have the Butchman's office done. And if the president should visit the region during his tour in October, this particular project will also be will be commissioned. So you see the pictures there. The Bakupai Municipal Hospital is there. The Hafuano Municipal Hospital is there. You can see the Ashanti Achim Central. You can see the Afari Hospital, which is a military hospital. The Afari Hospital is a 500-bed capacity hospital. And that one is also about 97%. Now, maternity and children's health facility. An AIDS media person or journalist, Seth Kwame Boateng, if you all remember, did a documentary at Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, where we have newborn babies, about 6 of them in a single unit, 5 in a single unit, which was risky for the children because they could be infected by diseases if 1 or 2 of them had any disease, which is infectious. On hearing this, the First Lady, Her Excellency Rebecca Akufo-Addo, came to the aid of the people of Ashanti region, specifically Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, and put up the edifice that we are seeing. That she constructed a new maternity, mother-baby unit, and pediatric intensive care unit. In all, it has about 59 beds. That is the mother-baby unit, 30. The maternity unit, initially it started with 20, but later they realized they could expand the number of beds by 5. So that came to about 25 beds. And then the ICU, that is the pediatric intensive care unit, also has 4. So in all, it's a 59-bed capacity hospital. And state of the art, if you enter you have state-of-the-art equipment in that hospital. On behalf of the people of Ashanti region and the chiefs, I'm very grateful to the First Lady, Her Excellency Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for this gesture. And I'm also grateful to the AIDS journalist, Seth Kwame Boateng, for also doing that documentary. Maybe if he had not done that documentary, nobody would have seen that cancer that was going on at Konfanochi Teaching Hospital. So you can see the next one is the maternity and children's block at Konfanochi Teaching Hospital. You may recall that about 2-3 years ago, the president and Otumfuo went to cut the sword for the construction or reconstruction of the old maternity and children's block. But there was a need to do integrity test of the building. And after the completion of the integrity test, it failed that if you should complete that building as it was or try to do reinforcement, there was the danger that after installation of equipment which are very heavy, that building could collapse. So the whole old building, we started during Kutu Echampo's time. I don't know, I'm sure he was very much interested in health facilities. We had to bring the whole structure down and construct a new hospital. So the whole floor for the main building is completed, that the civil works is completed. Alongside, it's not coming out clearly. They've now started the outpatient structure. If you go into the building now, they are laying the cables for the gases, the wires for ECG and all those things. They are now doing those internal ones. So that is the structure you see there. That is a 503 capacity building. Then let me come to infectious diseases and containment centers projects. You know, the COVID pandemic exposed this country in terms of the adequacy of health facilities within the country. We had to rent several places, hotels, some private facilities, to keep those who were infected with COVID and had to be treated inward or in the centers. Now, on realizing this, we see that we didn't have any good infectious disease center. So the agreement was that, fine, Kumasi South, which is now the regional hospital, we should have one there because that was the treatment center we selected for the COVID during the peak of the COVID. So we are constructing one there. And because the regional hospital is now moving from Kumasi South to Sewia, we realized that then we have to put one also close to the Sewia Regional Hospital so that in case of such emergencies, then the people could be kept there or the people could be treated there. So we have these two. The Asqua one is about 90% complete, and then that of Sewia is also about 93% complete. Then we have district polyclinics projects. One is at Tumakwangoma, that is at the capital Chedie, is about 15% complete. We have Swami, which is also about 25%. Amansia West, about 20%. Sechafran Plains at Drobonso, which is 20%. And Ahafuano Southeast, which is also around 20%. Then we have Ajeda 11 projects. The region, we were lucky, and we had about 14 of them. Now, we have Achuma Kwaguma, which is at Trede. That was where the sword was cut by His Excellency the President. That one is about 40% now. Then Achuma Wabieja North, and that is at the capital of that district, which is Barakesi. That's about 23%. We have Obuasi, that is the Trauma and Accident Center at Bedimu, and that one is about 30%. Bosome Frehon, we have one at Asiwa, which is about 20%. Amansia South is about 15%. The one which has not started yet is the one at Asokorimampo. In fact, the site that they got the consultant went there and they said that site is not suitable. Fortunately for us, a new site has been identified within the airport enclave, and Ghana Civil Aviation has given us the authority that we can use that site. So that is where we are now going to construct the Asokore-Mampo Municipal Agenda 11 facility. Then we have Achumampunia, which is also about 20%. We have Oforikro Municipal, which is about 30%. I have to pause a little and congratulate my special assistant, who used to be the municipal chief executive for Oforikro, the way we fought to get them the Agenda 11 project, which is now at Kokobin and is at 30%. We have such a central in Suta, that is in Suta Kwamambe Poso area, which is 15. I have Fano Southwest, that is Mankransu area, but it's at Kunsu, which is 10%. I have Fano Southeast, they couldn't give the percentage, but what we witnessed was that they are now building the construction site office and they are molding blocks. That is the stage at which it is. Both Avija Kwabre South and Avija Kwabre North are all at substructure levels. Now, there's one important thing. Sometimes we politicians, we make mockery of some things and it turns out to be serious joke. There's the Zipline Drone Center at Mpenya. You may recall that Ashanti region had a second of this facility. And the facility is at a community called Mpenya, which is within the Mampo Municipal Assembly. This facility serves 4 regions, that is Ashanti, Ahafo, Bono East, and Eastern region. There are 28 districts in Ashanti that are served by this facility, and then Ahafo 2, Bono East 4, and then Eastern region 1. The total number of facilities served directly, that is health facilities where they deliver some of these medicines, are 328, and you have 274 in Ashanti, 18 in Ahafo. Bono East 31, and Eastern region 5. Between October 2019, when it was commissioned, up to December 2029, they made deliveries of 461. In 2020, they made deliveries of 11,274. And 2021, deliveries of 21,399. And then this year, so far, they've made 11,093 deliveries to various centers. Now, the total products delivered, the figures I gave earlier are the deliveries, like they go one round and come back. Those are the deliveries. But the quantity of products that are delivered is what I'm going to give now. Between October 2019 and December 2019, they delivered products of 2,564. 2020, they delivered 78,132. 2021, 312,323. 2022, when the year has not even ended, we have more than a quarter to end. They delivered 329,133. And the picture there is the drone center at Mpenya. The next picture you see is a drone ready to set out and go and make delivery. Now, I move on to the National Ambulance Service. We are grateful to the President for supplying every district, every constituency, with an ambulance. Fortunately for us, Ashanti region, we have 47 constituencies, so each constituency had an ambulance, making 47. And because there was an airport there, one is also stationed at the airport in situations of an emergency. And then we have another one stationed at Konfanochi, which is the teaching hospital within the region. And it's not serving only Ashanti region, it's serving almost the whole Middle Belt. So we have another ambulance there. So we had 49 ambulances in the region. Now we also have paramedic and emergency care training school at Nkinkansu. That is where they train those people who are under the National Ambulance Service. So you can see the picture there. That is the Paramedic and Emergency Care Training School at Kinkansu. Now we move on to COVID-19. I'll not bore you too much, but the figures are there. You can see for yourself. Fortunately, I won't say fortunately or unfortunately, we have the active cases we have now is 94, and none of them is under intensive care. You realize that cases at treatment centers 0, those severe 0, moderate 0, mild 0, critical 0. So more or less they have the virus, but maybe if you meet them, there's no sign to show that even they are sick. So that is the positive aspect we have. Then we have the target population, which is about 3.5 million. And those fully vaccinated, we have 1,220,936. Then those who have received at least a single dose, 1,924,861. And then those who received is 4,119,386. Those who used, we have, expired. You know, some people are not going for the vaccination. I don't know. Now they think the pandemic is no more there, but it's still there. So I'm urging all those within Ashanti region, not only Ashanti region, the whole country. Those who have not gone for the vaccination, it's better they go for the vaccination. At least when you are attacked by the virus, it will not be devastating as if not taking the dose. So they should go and take the dose. I think these are another disease that we had was the monkeypox. 16 cases were identified in the region. Fortunately, when they checked, they tested, only one person confirmed positive, and that person has almost even recovered. There was an influenza in schools, which also became another topic in the media. Total of 87 cases reported among 1,162 students. Some 20 of them tested positive, but there's no mortality recorded. There's nobody died of it. And all the cases that were identified, everybody has recovered, and it's a positive news for all of us. I'm grateful to the workers of the Ghana Health Services. Again, the government supplied pickups to all the districts or assemblies in the region, except such a central that did not receive theirs. We will trace and find out why they did not receive. But the remaining 42, they all had their pickups. So that is the total that was supplied to them. Now I'll move on to education. Number of schools and enrollment, that is 2021-2022. At KG, the number of schools, 2,439. And enrollment for 2021-2022 is 197,667. Then primary, number of schools, 2,516. And enrollment, 540,033. GHS, number of schools, 2,061. And enrollment, 279,968. Senior high schools, we have 140 senior high schools in the region, and the total enrollment is 298,651. That's enrollment for 2021-2022 academic year. We have special schools, that is 3, and the people there are 921. In all, we have 7,159 educational facilities within the region, excluding private schools. What I'm talking about are only public schools. These figures I'm quoting all exclude private schools. It's strictly public schools. And enrollment, as at now, that is from KG up to SHS, we have 1,317,240. Now, free SHS, here I'm looking at the trend. We are doing comparative analysis of enrollment from 2016 up to 2021. The total enrollment in 2016, both girls and boys, was 67,120. A move after the introduction of the free SHS increased by 23.6%, almost 24%, a move from 67 to 82,984. Then 2018, 2019, there was a significant jump. That was the second year, so people had now come to understand the free SHS policy and had realized that it was a reality, not just a mirage. So it increased by 26.8% to 105,228. 2019, 2020, I don't know whatever happened. I tried to get explanation, I still don't have it. It declined from 105,228 to 98,309, even though I've not had any official explanation. But from my own point of view, I think, during the second year, when people appreciated the policy, those who were in the house, they all rushed to senior high school. So we didn't have many people who were in the house previously that were joining. That might have been the reason. But so far, if I tell you I have official reason to that, it's not true. But what I've just said is my own thinking. Then in 2020, 2021, we have 101,857. 101,074. Then 2021, 2022, we had 109,857. You can see the significant jump from 67,000 to 109,000 plus. That is over about 64% increase. So it means that Ashanti region, looking at the numbers, 140 schools. Which means that we are one of the major beneficiaries of the president's free SHS policy. And I'm always glad that he introduced this policy. Somebody like me who suffered before entering secondary school then. I passed common trans from Form 1 to Form 4 because my father was diseased. I couldn't get anybody to take me to secondary school. Even the school I passed, I couldn't go. My late uncle borrowed 40 cedis before I could attend Dachi Primary. So because I'm from Dachi and the school is in my hometown, borrowed 40 cedis before I could enter senior high school. So when I hear people joking about this, I want to weep. They don't know. They've never been affected by such a situation. If they had, they would be talking positive about the free SHS. Now, because people have been complaining about the food stuff, I won't say that the schools are getting all that they have, but at least some releases have been made, and I'll concentrate only on July and then August. Buffer stock releases, and that is on 21st July. They received maize, 1,389 bags, flour, 1,544 bags, sugar, 788 bags, sardine, 1,164 boxes, mackerel, they say 3,234 boxes, palm oil, that is 482 gallons. Is it gallons? Gallons. And then we have vegetable oil, 1,615. That particular supply, there was no margarine. On 15th August, we had 1,700 bags of maize, 1,550 bags of flour, 800 of sugar, 1,200 sardine, 3,300 mackerel, palm oil 500, and then margarine 1,000. So it means that I agree that there are some difficulties and nobody will dispute that. But in the midst of all these challenges, in the midst of all these economic difficulties, still some releases are being made. Then projects awarded between 2017 and 2022. That is the basic and SHS. KG 134, primary 266, GHS 242, and SHS 328, making a total of 970 projects. Those that have been completed, we have 41 for KG, 89 for primary, 73 for GHS, 124 for SHS. And those We are saying all types of projects. Some could be kitchen for KGs, some could be dormitories for SHS, some be 6-unit classroom block for a primary school, or 12-unit classroom block for a primary school, dining hall for SHS, assembly hall for SHS. So all types, that is, we've not segregated or not giving the breakdown of the composition, but we are talking about all projects. So 327 have been completed, and then those ongoing, we have 393. Those that are stalled, we have 250 that are stalled. We now move on to STEM and TVET, or TVET and STEM. We have 3 main STEM projects. I'm even told there's a 4th one which I have not captured, which is at Jachi, still in the Bosomchin district. The Creative Art School in Kodaso, that's going to be the first of its kind in this country. The first time we are going to have a creative art senior high school in the country, and that is being constructed at Kodaso. I think they will show you the picture, the aerial view of the project. Then we have Bosomchin Girls, which is also a STEM school. That one, even, it made its first admission last academic year. So we have students in that school. And then we have J.A. Kufuor Senior High Technical School that also has advanced. The project is about 75% complete. Some of the facilities are complete, but others are different levels of completion. But in all, it's over 75% complete. Now, TVET, we have 19 schools, and there are various projects ongoing in those schools. The lists of the 19 are there. I don't want to take too much of your time because of time constraints. Vehicles that have been supplied to the educational sector. There's 1 Land Cruiser, 88 buses, 169 pickups, and 299 motorbikes. So in all, we are talking about 557 vehicles. That is motorbikes, pickups, buses, and Land Cruiser. These are some of the things we supplied to the educational sector to make them mobile, so that those who are supposed also to go around and check the activities or the performance of the teachers in various schools, they could use motorbikes, especially in areas very difficult that are very difficult. The difficult terrain, they can use the motorbikes and others, and they can use the pickups for most of the official duties at the office and whatever they have to do it, and sometimes also go on monitoring and supervision. Apart from this, there are some legacy projects. We have the airport expansion project. They projected to complete by the end of this month, but my last visit, I doubt they can do it. Maybe we'll look at somewhere in October. But whatever the situation is, this project will be completed by the end of this year. And we start receiving international flights. That is where we will talk about Kumasi International Airport, not airport by nomenclature, just changing a signboard and putting international airport there as an airport. This is rare airport that will receive international flights and that will meet international standards. The mayor is here. It's in his jurisdiction, but there's a caveat. There's another municipal chief executive. Municipal chief executive of Asokore Mampong, Honorable Kwesi Mumuni Kankam. He also claims that it's for him. So he calls his municipality airport municipality. Then mayor will also say that then go and take Kumasi International Airport to Asokore Mampong International Airport. So this argument, I want to take myself out of it. So then we have, this is the first time I've seen this in this country. And many people are not aware of it. We have accommodation for the judiciary. We have 4-bedroom flats for appeals court judges in Kumasi. It just shares boundary with the Regional Coordinating Council, where my office is. And this is the stage that the project has reached. The contractor has been very fast. it's just about 1 year or 1 year, 3 months. And he's ahead of the projected time of completion. You have the 20 plus outer house maybe for support staff or something. And then they have some auxiliary facilities, tennis court, swimming pools, mess or office for a place where they can relax. Yes. All of them are included in this particular project. Besides this one, which is for the appeal court judges, which are 20 different separate blocks accommodation. We have other 12 flats. There are 2 blocks of flats. Each of them has 6 for lower level staff of judiciary. That is, the picture is not here. So this is also a landmark or a legacy project that this government can leave for the people of the Ashanti region. What you are seeing is, the next one is Kejetia Central Market Phase 2 project. If we can do any proper decongestion in Kumasi, it's this project that is going to solve it. I've said it time again, I'll say it even during my last vetting, several questions were fired at me on this. I say most of the problems we witness, the congestion we are seeing in Central Business District area in Kumasi, is the result of the construction of first phase of that project. You see, when you are doing project, you have to analyze what we want to achieve at the end of the project. Kejetia, anybody who have lived in Kumasi before, Kejetia was a lorry terminal to support Central Market. So if you want to change the functionality of that particular facility, then there should be an alternative facility to take that function. This one did not do that. If you go into the records before the commencement of the project in 2015, over 1,000 vehicles, commercial vehicles, were parking at Kejetia Terminal. The new project made provision of this one is not about, only 108 maximum parking lots. You throw more than 900 vehicles outside there, where do they go to park? Without providing an alternative lorry terminal, whether temporary or permanent. That is why we see what we are seeing. So if you go to Kumasi now, any runabout has been turned into a lorry terminal. When I came in 2017, I started driving them away. And later, I reflected, because anytime I drove them away, they came back. I reflected and realized that, where do I drive them to? I have not provided an alternative parking lot for them. So you drive them, they will have to eat, so they will come back. So now what we are doing is we are only trying to manage them. The second problem, apart from the commercial vehicles, you built more than 8,000 shops. No lorry park. Even if just 5% of the 8,000 of them have vehicles, you're talking about 400 vehicles. Where do they park? And I still stand by it. The congestion we are having in Central Business District is the poor implementation of the phase 1 of the project. Then I'm going there to patronize the shops. I have a vehicle. Where do I park? There's not an alternative parking space. And that is what I've said, and I'll say it anywhere I stand, even at gunpoint, that project is like a beautiful box, smelled with gold, but when you open it, it's dirty. The content is dirty. So when we came, we had to sit down with the consultant and the contractor and look at how we can solve the problem with this second phase. So what we've done now is that the whole ground floor will be lorry park of the project. The whole ground floor will be lorry park. The first floor will be meant for traditional market. My grandmother will not go and sell plantain in a shop, a lockable shop. You see, when you are undertaking a project, you are doing the project to change the lifestyle of the people. But you don't do a project that is totally disjointed with the environment. So now we are going to provide more tabletops. So if you are selling pepper, instead of formally selling it on the ground on maybe a sack spread on the ground, or selling it on a table, wooden table, we are going to design concrete tables where they can sell them. And even where necessary, you ask those who sell something like fish, meat, other things that attract flies, to have a sieve on top, so that if somebody is coming to buy, you open, you serve the person, then you close, to avoid having flies scattered all over the food and we go back and eat. So this one, we are making sure is going to solve some of the problem. Again, I will commend the mayor. When he took over, we've advised all the MMDCs that between February and March ending, all the major drains must be desilted. We need to desilt all the major drains before the onset of the rain. He did it this year. Did you hear any flooding around the central business area? But if he had not done, there will have been a repeat of what happened last year. So this new one, we are doing a bigger drain around the whole market as a collector drain. I don't know whether that's how you call it. Collector drain. Yes. That will collect all the rain runoffs and then take it straight into the main Susan drain, so that we will avoid flooding. So this is a project that is dear to my heart. If you are not able to complete this project, you can shout at the mayor 1 million times. You can shout at the regional minister several times. To be difficult. Take a small company, I won't say a small company, a private company, like VIP. They know where their parking space at Central Market, Asafo Market area is very small. And because of that, they have a holding bay around a place called Abinchi. So always they have maximum 2 vehicles parking. The one that is loading and the one that has come to offload. Maximum 2. So when they try this one in phase 1 of the KJTR Central Market project, there should have been a holding bay. Because every station is taking, they have 54 stations, each is taking maximum of 2 vehicles. The one that is loading and the one that has come to offload. But because there was no holding bay, they have to park anywhere. VIP did it. So you will never find congestion around the VIP loading station at Asafo Market. So you come offload, you drive to the holding bay. When it's your time, they give you a call, you come and load. And that is what should have been done. But Pennyforce, that's why we will do it under phase 2 and solve the problem and make sure that the congestion at the central business district area, if not removed entirely, because it's not easy to solve every problem 100%, it will be minimized to the barest minimum for people to have the freedom and comfort to move around central business district area of Kumasi. The other one is Akomadan Greenhouse. It's a delight to watch. They produce vegetables. They have their hostel there, and they do their training. There's a school attached, and they do this in-house greenhouse production. They produce tomatoes, pepper, beans, etc. And that is one of the legacy projects that this government has given to Ashanti region. To end it all, I'll say, as much as I admit that the government has not been able to bridge the gap between the regional expectation of infrastructure development and actual delivery, I'm of the strongest conviction that the MPP government has not performed badly in terms of provision of development facilities in the Ashanti region. Even taking these three sectors alone as an example, you realize that the government has not done badly at all. But for the global economic crisis, which has had a devastating economic effect on the country, most of these projects will have been completed. Thus, bridging significantly the gap between actual and expected levels of development. At this point, I wish to express the appreciation of the government to the chiefs and people of Ashanti region for the patience they've demonstrated so far. We also thank the Ministry of Information for offering us such an important platform, but I have one request to make. Subsequently, such press briefing must be done at the regional capitals of the various regions so that our media people can also participate. Additionally, I take the opportunity to express our profound appreciation to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the entire government machinery for the effort to improve the development of the Ashanti region. I'm optimistic that with God on our side, the economy of our dear country shall bounce back stronger. In that light, we shall see light. Ashanti will see light. Thank you, and may the Almighty God bless us all. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. It was so masterfully delivered. I was like, should we even take questions? But because it's a press briefing, it has to be done. But seriously, my point is that after this presentation, it doesn't matter if you are an NPP communicator or anyone, if you had the benefit to witness what the Honorable Minister has taken us through, let no one deceive you on so many things, but especially on these three things. If anyone tells you that the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo led government has abandoned some legacy projects in the bush, it's a lie. It is not true. You heard the minister, you saw the pictures. Facts don't lie. If they talk about Syria Hospital, Afari Military Hospital, the Aerojet projects, you've seen the projects. These are hard facts. Let no one deceive you. On another issue, people talk about roads and say they haven't seen any roads. I don't think the record, which shows that over 6,498 kilometers of roads, which have been started in Ashanti region, out of which 1,515 kilometers are completed. It's a reflection that we've not done any road in Ashanti region. If anybody challenges you on that fact, you can go out there and let them know that the Honorable Minister said they should drive to Domkwase Junction. They should go to the Anita Hotel Jabin Road. They should go to the Tanoso Ebuakwa Road. They should go to the Anyankwanta Obuasi Road, Bantama and Bushen Road, Ahunjo Sokobin to Trede Road, South Suntreso to Patase, Asuyebua Road, Squadasu Roads, among so many others that the Honorable Minister was able to show here. So please, let no one deceive you that government is not committed to road infrastructure in any part of the country and not Ashanti region. Please, these are the facts that the minister has put before us. Also, there are so many people spreading misinformation that the Agenda 111 hospital projects will never start. They are nowhere to be found, at least from what I heard the minister say and what I was able to put together quickly. Not even all he mentioned, but the few that caught my attention is the fact that if you go to Ashanti region today and you want to see Agenda 111 hospital projects, go to Trede, go to Barekese, go to Edubia, go to Nyinahin, go to Kokobeng, Nsuta, Kunsu, Adujama. You will see that they have started these projects on the ground. Nti so obi ka kire say projects no ebi aka nwuram atonsuom mepamocho enye nokre. and a minister and so the afternoon. So on this note, we will take just one set of questions because the presentation was quite comprehensive, and I think the Honorable Minister has covered almost everything, but for the purposes of clarification, if you have any question, kindly show by hand. They will bring the microphone to you. David will bring the microphone to you. You mention your name and media house and proceed to ask your question.
Right. Thank you very much. My name is Obed. I report for GH1 TV. And our Minister, last week, a research outfit came out with reports that suggest that the Ashanti region is the region that's recorded the highest number of violent cases. I don't know if you've cited a report.
Violence?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know if you've cited a report. What is your reaction on it, especially on the backdrop of the KNUST saga between the two wars? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question.
My question segues into what he said. So the Ashanti region in recent years has...
Your name and media house for the benefit.
Yes, my name is Salom and I work with the Final newspaper. So over the last few years, the Ashanti region has developed a reputation for having the worst numbers when it comes to negative news. For example, murders in Ghana, Ashanti region leads. Teenage pregnancies in Ghana, Ashanti region leads. Number of persons living with HIV in Ghana, Ashanti region leads. Accident numbers, Ashanti region leads. So, and like he said, just last week, another research came out which says that Ashanti region leads in the number of recorded violent incidents. And some of these I have worked on personally. These stories I have worked on personally. So, are you aware of this negativity and general crime tendency which the Ashanti region is noted for, and what are you going to do about it?
Thank you for the question, please. I think I saw one hand. Okay.
My name is Charles. I work with City FM, City TV. Honorable, the President recently, or even before now, mentioned that he was prepared to put his presidency on the line to fight in Galamsey. In the Ashanti region, there are reports that Galamsey has returned and it's destroying the water bodies in the region. Recently, Odike was on radio and he was criticizing chiefs for not helping in fighting the menace. What are you doing as chairman of RECSEC to fix the situation in your region? And also, I want to ask you a question about what happened with Chairman Sabonsu in his constituency. He's an experienced politician. I want to find out if he feels that, if he's not worried, that one day the people of Ashanti region, who seem to be very calm and collected, if they did this to a stalwart like Chairman Sabonsu, one day he will find a mob in his office like the one that happened in Sri Lanka. That's a personal question that I want to ask him.
Okay, so we'll take the last two, and then that will be it.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Minister. My name is Nana Poku from Daily Searchlight. I saw a video going around, and some group of people in Ashanti region saying that the region has been abandoned, and that when the elections comes 2024, they are not going to vote for the party, I mean the MPP. And Odike is also on record to have said that, yes, the Ashanti region has been abandoned by the current government. So when you hear these things, what is your take on it? Is it true that Ashanti region has been abandoned? But listen to the record, I don't know whether that is a political gimmick or it's a truism. Thank you.
So we take the last question from the back.
Good morning. My name is Noble. I work with TV3. These are what I would like to find out. The general atmosphere of people in the Ashanti region, does it not look like they are turning against, the MPP? So they're turning against their own people. The case in question, MP for Atwimanwa South, he was yesterday attacked by his constituents because of poor roads. The Kwabri chief and people, they are not happy. Barikesi chief was attacked during the weekend. My next one is the Sewa Regional Hospital. Is it the case that it is complete or it is 98% complete? The health minister said that the facility was complete. We're waiting for some electricity connection, and I want to ask about the roads leading to the place. Is it complete or it is 98% complete? The health minister said it was complete. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We take that to be the last question. So I will invite the Honorable Minister for his responses and also his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, all those who posed the questions. One, Obed from GH1. Yeah. He asked about the violent cases in the Ashanti region being the highest. I've not read that from any newspaper. But what I'll say is that, first of all, I'm grateful to members of the Regional Security Council. All the major security challenges that we inherited and those that have come our way, we've been able to solve all of them. And I'll go through some few. If you take Ashanti Achimagogo, cattle herdsmen minutes have been there for decades. And even the late former President Jerry John Rawlings established Operation Calm Life in 1992 in this country to curb that menace. When I took over in 2017, I went to Agogo, which is the capital of Ashanti Achim North, and had a meeting with the chiefs and the people in the church and told them that we would nip that menace in the bud. Now, everybody can attest to the fact that that menace has brought down to the barest minimum. And you hardly hear, since 2018, we started in 2017, but from 2018, you hardly hear maybe a cattle herdsman have killed somebody, they've raped. It has stopped, ceased. And now, because of the good work we've done, we have Ashanti Achim Agogo Plantain Festival. Those days when the menace was at its peak, they were buying plantain and other foodstuffs from Konongo or Ejuso and Jaso. It solved that problem. 2, in 2012, there was a Supreme Court ruling that per the laws, the legal status that was available, the capital of Atwema district should not be at Fuansi, but should be at Twedie. From 2012, they couldn't resolve it. We came in 2017. We were able to honor the ruling of the Supreme Court because we are law-abiding and move the capital from Fuansi to Twedie. There was a protracted dispute almost every year since 2012 between Ashanti youth and Muslim youth, and it's just a road that separates them. A road separates them. Every year there were crashes and people were dying. We solved that. For some time now, nobody have heard of those things. Have you been hearing of highway robberies of late in Ashanti region? So security has improved significantly. Look, when we came there were several kidnappings, and I'll give you the 2 topmost, which was going to bring the reputation of this country down internationally. The first one was a kidnapping of an Indian. Because we rescued him and we didn't bring it out, people did not know. If I tell you the rescues that we're making, even just last week we made a rescue. Just last week. And you remember the Canadians? We rescued. So when it comes to security and Ashanti region, no country in this world can eradicate security risks in its entirety, but we've done very well. We've done very, very well. Look, we don't talk. Our strategies are different. We have people, they go and do soup, intelligent-led soups. They will come and parade them, knives, single barrels, double barrels. If you are lucky, then you have one sophisticated, maybe pump action or AK-47, to the full glare of the people. My strategy is not that. What the people of Ashanti region want to hear, that they can sleep and go out and do their work and do it in peace. We do intelligence soup almost every month, but we don't announce. We screen you. Those that are found culpable are taken to the law courts, and the law deals with them. That is why I don't hear many people things that we are doing. You see, each of them has positive and negatives. If you arrest one person with a knife, you show it today. Tomorrow you arrest somebody with a single barrel, you show it. You are putting fear in the people. That is me. That is what I believe. All that they want is we can go and do our work and come back home. How you do it? So I don't know where the news, yes, it came before. There was some time we had even to impose curfew. This one, we got the intelligence very late. Maybe if I had been in Kumasi, I could have had the information a bit early. But I was in Accra to attend several meetings, including the conference of the International Audit Agency at University of Professional Studies. When I got the information, it was late. So quickly I called the regional police commander and the other security agents that they should meet and quickly send out a press release that we've heard of this, and if they dare, maybe we would treat them as criminals, not as students. But it was unfortunate. By the time they released, the VC also called me that, no, he's seen that the students are mobilizing. So we had to call the regional police commander that they should get some people quickly and moving. But you see, some people think that when you hear a problem or security issue, straight away you move in. It's just like a fire officer, and here there's fire in this building. Any intelligent and professional fire officer will first try to look for the source of the fire. The fire officer will not run straight into the fire, because you cannot extinguish fire just by throwing foam and this thing on the mainframe, but you have to touch the fire source. So when you want to move in personnel to a crisis zone, you cannot just straight away bring, you come from Tafo, you come from Swami, move these people from Konongo, move these people from Ejoso, just move to the site. No. You have to move them and give them a leader from whom they will be taking instructions from. Other than that, I'm coming from Ejoso, I'll take it from my leader. This one is coming from my home area, Bosomtwi. They will take from their leader, and it will be chaotic. So what you normally do is that you first call the nearest police station, send some few people there, and help while we mobilize the needed forces to come and support you. But in that process, it takes some time before you can gather them. Maybe some things might have happened. Thirdly, you cannot just, because you are regional minister and the law, Act 1030 of 2020 gives you the position as the chairman of the Regional Security Council, you just get up and move security personnel to a university campus. No. They have their internal security. So you have to discuss with the VC and the management there before you enter. You can only do that maybe in situations like terrorist situation. That one you can move in fine, because terrorism, you can't go and discuss with somebody. They might even leak the information. But situations like this, you have to prepare and move in. So it's not that we did not hear, but we got the information quite late. Maybe if I had been in Kumasi then and wasn't at a conference or meeting, maybe the situation would have been different. But at least when we heard it and they went there, calm was restored, and still calm is restored. Salom also spoke about teenage pregnancy. I don't know, but once the regional director of Ghana Health Services here, I won't pretend I'm a professional. I'm not. I know nothing about health. So he is here to give you details about what you are saying.
If you are dealing with a region like Ashanti, with a population of 5.4 million, and then you talk about absolute figures, eventually the region with the highest population will come out with the more cases. So if you talk about teenage pregnancy, and then you talk about numbers, Ashanti region will always be the first. You talk about HIV. So most of the research is based on absolute figures. And you can't compare maybe Ashanti with 43 districts to maybe a half with 43 or 6 districts. And that is the reason why most of the time, most of these issues, the violence and all those things that we are talking about, is either Ashanti or in Greater Accra. And it's so simple. So when you talk of teenage pregnancy, if it's not Greater Accra, it will be Ashanti. If you talk about HIV, if it's not Greater Accra, it will be Ashanti, because we are talking about numbers. And we have the numbers. So that is a very simple reason. And all the violence and other things that we are talking about.
My parents weren't there on that day of the competition, and then they called and my dad was screaming and my mom was excited. My dad always screams when you do something.
A proud father. Loise won't talk because you have raised the topic. She might have interest in it. You have to call her to talk. And when you call her to talk, she would speak. So her keeping quiet is not a bluff.
We had a number of people, also good speakers with very good potential, but we had to select 2 people. So after 3 days of trying them on the various rounds, preparing them for the various rounds, we thought that, okay, I think our final decision would be Loise and one other lady, Melifa.
I like to work out. I started doing basketball in JHS, and I draw. My dad is a language person, so everyone learns a language. And then everyone plays an instrument.
To Kalio district in the Upper West region. This is where President of the Republic Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is expected to commission a 13 megawatt power solar power constructed by the government of Ghana in collaboration with the German government. This is going to serve the people of Upper West region, and we are told that about 32,000 households are going to benefit from this project when officially commissioned by the President of the Republic. So in no time I will be engaging the District Chief Executive Officer of Kalio District to tell us more about this project since it directly sits in her district. Honorable, thank you and welcome.
Thank you too and welcome to Nadoli Kaleo.
Thank you very much. I hope after this program I also have more feeling about Kaleo Nadoli.
Exactly.
Okay, so madam, tell us, how is this project so meaningful to the people of Kaleo and in general the people of Upper West region?
Yeah, I would like to say a very big thank you to His Excellency the President Adodan Akufo-Addo, to the German government, to VRA for this beautiful project that they have not chosen any place but my district, specifically Kaleo, for this project. Though it's a national project, but for the people of Nadoli Kaleo, we are going to benefit a lot in the sense that from the inception, the sword cutting, up to completion of this phase 1, we have had a lot of employment for our youth, from security to laborers to even the technical team. We have been able to get our young people to come on board. So for me, I think that it's going to be a very good benefit for my people. And also, we are also going to benefit from the corporate social responsibility that this project is going to bring about. We are getting some schools, we are going to get rural electrification extended because of this project, and a host of other things that this project is going to benefit my people.
Okay, as a district chief executive, I hope you have the historical antecedent of this project. Can you tell us what actually brought about this power plant here?
Yes, what actually brought about the plant is that we have the resources. We have the sun, which is in abundance, and we have the land that is flat for such a project. And so other countries are benefiting from wind, they are benefiting from hydro. Ghana as well, we have some bit of hydro. But we cannot let the sun waste. The sun just burns us and move away. But if we are able to tap the sun and use it, if we are able to tap the sun to use it for the benefit of the entire country, I think that is the best thing to do. And we are happy that this project has been located here and is going to add to the national grid so that the frequent doom so that we used to experience, it will be a thing of the past. So that when hydro fails us, we know that we can always rely on the solar.
Thank you very much for your time, for speaking to us. Penny Amutese Yanero Eka say on the district chief executive officer for Kaleo district no emo say o church remo babia ene ne ekonam so kofa sa jumadi ekase say e de eba one it was because of the rampant power outages yana omo FAC e district hanom and our government no I think anyway so then if that they should use it as a base and use it to sort out every electric challenge bia a war a year mentioning emu and for the entire Upper West region. So Kwaku, I also start engaging other people who will also be giving us other details and how they also see this project and a project me Abromo. So let me also engage this gentleman here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Please, what's your name and your position?
I'm Honorable Fuska Nengpeng, Assembly Member for Kaleo East.
Okay. So as an Assembly Member of Kaleo East, before this project came on board, how has the power outage been affecting your people in your electoral area?
Fortunately, on power outages, there were a lot of power outages within the enclave or even in Ghana as a whole. But now, with this, the inception of this project, I think it is going to help to beef up the power consumption or the power level of the nation.
Okay. So how does your people receive this news?
It is a welcome news to them. They are very, very happy for such initiative.
So now the people in your electoral area can be rest assured that 24/7, unless any natural cause, you are going to have power flowing through your house.
That is our plea. That is what we all intend for. Because we are thinking that at the end of after today's project, we will not even experience any power outage within the Kaleo community and Upper West and at Ghana as well, large, because we know that this project is going to be hooked into the national grid to serve other communities, not only Kaleo. So it will help to solve our power problems.
So aside farming, what other business does your people in your electoral area do?
For business, aside farming, others are also into small scale businesses. So others have their shops that they have cold stores. They also have some small shops that they also use this live equipment or live gadgets to operate. So it is also something that is happening within the enclave or within the electoral area or the community as large.
Thank you very much for also joining us. The assembly member. So Kaleo district amuti say yere ono so edi enkomana wo chirechire how beneficial this project will also be to one ne emanfo. But quickly mami run emanfo ya share live across the country on about 7 TV stations and about numerous radio stations the program nakasa ene empenfo AC enwo enkonyentia the president of the republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, aba Kaleo in the Upper West region. So that's an opening prayer. So after that, we have an address from the regional minister. Since this project sits directly in his region, he has to also welcome the president and his entourage to the region. Now, the purpose of our visit in this region, there will be an address by the chairman of the function, who actually happens to be president of the Upper West Regional House of Chiefs. Then after that, there will also be an address by the board chairman of the Volta River Authority to tell us their role in this project and any other project they also have in plan for the people of Upper West region. After that, there will be an address by the German ambassador to Ghana, because this project is a collaborative work between the government of Ghana and the government of Germany. So she will also be giving us an address. Then the deputy minister for energy, since the minister for energy will not be able to make it, the deputy minister will read an address on the minister's behalf. Then we have a musical interlude whereby we have to prepare our ground for the main speech, which will be coming from the president of the republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So let me also still get in touch with other people to also engage them to find out how they're also receiving this news about such a magnified project that cost about 22.8 million euros. This is a 30 megawatt power, directly solar power, and it's going to serve about 32,000 households in the whole of Upper West region. Thank you, sir, for joining us.
Yes, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you give us your full name and your designation?
Yes, I'm Honorable Solomon Antoine Kaleo West Assemblyman.
Oh, okay, so I just spoke to your colleague brother opposite direction of your electoral area. So for your people in your electoral area, how beneficial will this project be to them?
Yes, the project is beneficial to us for now because some of our youth have been employed to the project. So I can say that is a plus to the community at large. Because some of them were not having jobs, but now they have given them job for them to be doing for a while. So we actually appreciated for that.
Okay, so for the about 50 people who were engaged in this work, some came from your electoral area?
My electoral area, few of them came from my electoral area. Yes, please.
So now let's look at apart from farming, what other typical business that your people do that will directly benefit from this project?
Benefit, what they can benefit is like we have bus, operational bus. So some of them at least have been operating them. I mean, they get benefit from them because the workers there goes there to buy drinks and then food as well. We have stores which they also purchase soaps and other things, beverages which are also beneficial to the community as well, or the members as well.
Okay, so from the look of things, it looks as if that now the erratic power challenges that your people have been facing, after this commissioning by the president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, you have the hope and believe that it's going to be a thing of the past.
Yes, that is what we are hoping, and I believe that will also cut off the power erratic in the community. That is what we don't want to experience the power cut out anymore.
Thank you very much. So Kwaku, I just spoke to the assembly member who actually is for the people of the western part of Kalio district. So he was the one that I spoke to, and he has also expressed how this project is going to be beneficial to his people. So right, I will get in touch with the Volta River Authority. Since they actually worked on this project, they will be able to give us the full scope of the project. When we talk about the commission of the Kalio solar power plant, what actually it is, what does it entail? The people and officials from the Volta River Authority who work directly for this project will be able to give us all these briefings. So that across the length and breadth of this country, will appreciate what this government actually is doing to help electrification project. Since it has put in place measures to ensure renewable energy will become something that our man will move forward with. We started with thermal energy under the first president of the Republic, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Then Kakra Krasa and the Ebabe power and the renewable energy and so Abekauno. And the renewable energy it has come to stay. And after we're looking for by 2030 we'll have over 1,000 megawatts of power from renewable energy, since we have what it takes to make it work. We'll be getting in touch with the Volta Authority to give us full detail of that the President of the Republic is about to commission and the benefit it will have on the good people of the Upper West region. Just as I said earlier on, it's going to serve power to about 32,000 households in the whole of the Upper West region. So this is what the people in the region are going to benefit from. So let me get in touch with the Volta River Authority officer who is joining me here on set. Thank you, sir, and welcome.
Thank you.
Can you give us your full name and your designation, sir?
I am Isaac Bedu, Manager, Project Management, VRA.
Oh, okay, thank you. Now, since this project would sit directly under your office, can you tell us this whole project, what is it about?
This is a renewable energy power project. It's a solar power project. So what you see here is a solar farm, 8 megawatt solar farm, which uses the sun's energy to generate electricity.
Okay. So how they come about? What actually engineered this project to be situated at Kalio?
Okay, solar means that we need a resource, we need a sun as a resource for the generation. And in the northern sector of the country, especially in the sun, the resource is available, and also land is available for solar. Huge acres of land in order to be able to plant. So with the resource available and then the land availability in the Upper West region, we decided to site the project here.
Okay. So aside solar, aside the sun, aside the availability of land, did you find it difficult getting other things that this project?
No, I think we've enjoyed a very good couple in the area. When we started looking for land, they were quite ready to give us land for us to develop. So they encounter much difficulty as far as coming into the region. The minister was very cooperative, the chiefs were very cooperative, and the landlords were very cooperative.
Okay, so how is it going to be connected to the national grid to serve the whole of the Upper West region?
Okay, so this is connected to the 34 kV, connected directly into Greek Coast substation. So it's connected into the national grid, the 161 grid. So wherever you are, you enjoy this.
The people of the Upper West region over the years, our outages, and their belief and hope is that for coming on board of this project to be a thing of the past. Can that be that assurance to these people?
Yes, this is cited here. It improves the voltages of the community. So once it's connected to the 34 kV, the voltage is improved. So those who are living around will enjoy voltage. It means that their voltage drops will reduce. Yeah, so this goes straight into the 161. For the one in Laura, it was into the district. So the people in Laura enjoy direct benefit by the improvement in their voltages, and also because the radial wire goes through Laura, the people in Kalio as well also benefit.
Okay, so quickly, can you give us a little education about solar? Why, as a country, interested in renewable energy?
Okay, so energy is to help us reduce our carbon emissions. Okay, when you do thermal plants, okay, you produce carbon emissions which are harmful to. But with solar, we are not producing those carbon emissions. Okay, and seeing our emissions in the environment and protecting the environment. That is one major benefit to solar.
Okay, so what kind of orientation have you given to the people in the region to understand the effect of a solar planted in their region?
There is no side effect. So, I mean, we've educated them about the benefit of the solar. They are using the sun's energy to generate the energy, and you know.
Ministers of State, Your Excellencies, members of Council of State, members of Parliament, Board Chairman, Water River Authority, Municipal District Chief, my colleague Namino and Kuri, Chief Directors, Heads of Security Agencies and Departments, the press, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged and greatly honored to have been chosen to chair this August gathering. First and foremost, on behalf of the chiefs and people of the region, and on my own behalf, I wish you and your entourage to the region. Secondly, we wish to express our gratitude and appreciation to you, Mr. President, for the relentless efforts you have into your administration to change the narrative of the Upper West region and Ghana as a whole, despite the economic challenges. It is unprecedented, the monumental flagship programs and projects you have changed the lives of Ghanaians during your tenure of office. This cause to celebrate, knowing that the people of Ghana did not make him for maintaining you as the President of the Republic of Ghana. We, the chiefs of this region, have had the opportunity to participate in the launch of a number of social programs you have initiated and implemented across the country, particularly in the Upper West region, to mitigate amongst people who are mainly farmers. Your Excellency, it will be recalled that on 4th February 2020, for the start cutting of the Kaleo Solar Power Project, it is to note that today we are here again to witness the commissioning of power project. This undoubtedly is going to change in Ghana. In the Upper West region alone, 2 projects. This one we are currently witnessing today, and there are. Most of such projects have been far removed from us region time past. Today, we see it happening live here in Kaleo. That is a positive change for us in this region. Let me use this opportunity on behalf of the people of the region to land-owning families for releasing the land for this magnificent project. It must be noted that going forward, Mr. President, it would be made to recruit people from the locality, especially with requisite technical knowledge, and the community to benefit directly Your Excellency, we know the benefits of the project. It will create for the Upper West region and the Ghanaian community at large to the energy requirements of the country, and furthermore facilitate electrification, which will serve as a catalyst for industrialization. It is a game changer of the Upper West region. Must applaud the President and his team for this feat. Your Excellency, for more of such interventions in other parts to stem the north-south drift of the population. Your Excellency, as traditional authorities, we are aware of economic challenges which have affected many of your social programs aimed at improving the livelihood of Ghanaians. You have indeed shown leadership and kept faith with the people in your efforts to bring the economy back to normalcy. Your unwavering commitment for change in Ghana, despite these challenges, I hope fruit to the glory of God and leave an indelible mark we particularly note and word appropriately. I am most grateful to be called upon to chair this function. Please share or steering this function to its logical conclusion by cooperating. Your Excellency, we wish you and your entourage a successful work of the Upper West region. Thank you, Your Excellency. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you. Thank you very much. The President of the Upper West Regional House of His Excellency, we are most grateful to you as indeed our revered chief. Want to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, the board membership of the Volta River Authority chaired by.
So you've been watching live pictures from Nadole Kalio, a ceremony to formally commission the Kalio solar power plant in the Upper West region has just begun. President Akufo-Addo will be commissioning that project. A while ago, we heard from the president of the Upper West Regional House of Chiefs addressing the gathering on behalf of the traditional rulers in the region. Just to give you a bit of a background, so the solar power plant is a 13-megawatt plant in the Nadole Kalio district of the Upper West region, and it is expected to provide power to some 32,000 households. The 22.8 million euros project was executed by Legno SA from Spain, with Tractable Engineering of Germany acting as the project consultant. We're told that it was funded by the KfW, a German development bank, through a loan agreement between the government of Germany, represented by KfW, and the government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the Volta River Authority. Shortly, we will be hearing from other personalities who will be speaking, officials will be speaking at this ceremony. We're told the VRA boss as well as the energy minister will be speaking before President Akufo-Addo presents his official address and goes ahead to do the official commissioning of the of the project. Right now, though, let's move back to the podium and bring you the speech by the VRA boss. Alright, so we will take you back to Kalio shortly, where we will be bringing you the speech by the VRA boss. Don't forget that the Deputy Minister of Energy will also be addressing the gathering before President Akufo-Addo delivers his address, and then move on to commission the project. As I did indicate, this is the Kalio Solar Power Plant, which is situated in the Nadole Kalio district of the Upper West region, and we're told that this facility or this project is expected to provide power to some 32,000 households. This is the final major activity for the president as he concludes day 2 of his tour of the Upper West region. Remember, after today, the president will be moving to the Savannah region for 2 days before he wraps up the tour of the 2 regions for the weekend. As usual, we will be bringing you live coverage of all his activities in the region. This is a special coverage of the president's regional tours produced by the Ministry of Information live here in Accra, and you're also watching us on a number of television and radio stations, including GTV, Adom TV, City TV, Metro TV, Wuntumi TV, Movement TV, Netu TV, Wezo TV, Asasi Radio. You're also watching us live on Facebook on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. Let's cross over now go back to Kalio and join our colleagues Wilberforce Asari and Akwesi Insia, who are on the ground bringing us all the big interviews ahead of the commissioning of that project. It is the commissioning of the Kalio Solar Power Plant. Is a 13 megawatts plant in the Nadole Kalio district of the Upper West region, and it is expected to provide power to some 32,000 households. The 22.8 million euros project was executed by Elecnor SA from Spain, with Trabatel Engineering of Germany acting as the project consultant. It was funded by the KfW, a German development bank, through the loan agreement between the government of Ghana, the government of Germany, represented by the KfW, and the government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the Water River Authority, or VRA. And so that ceremony is ongoing. Shortly, President Akufo-Addo will be addressing the gathering, and then he will go ahead to commission the plant in that particular district of the Upper West region. We're still here live on this channel, bringing you all that you need to know on the president's regional tours. The president this week began his region a tour of the Upper West and the Savannah regions, and tomorrow he will be moving to the Savannah region. Will spend 2 days in the region before he wraps up and returns to Accra. Shortly we'll be taking you back to the Kalio township, where the ceremony is ongoing, the commissioning of the Kalio Solar Power Plant. As you saw earlier on your screens, quite a number of people have gathered for the ceremony. You have officials from the Ministry of Energy, officials from the Ministry of Finance, from the Water River Authority, from GRIDCO, as well as assembly members, district chief executives. You have ministers of state, senior government appointees, all gathering in Kalio for the commissioning of the Kalio Solar Power Plant in the Nadole Kalio district of the Upper West region. This is a big deal for the people in the area, because as we are told, this this facility will provide power to some 32,000 households. Shortly we'll be taking you back to Kalio for the feed, and we will be bringing you more speeches from the VRA, from the Ministry of Energy, and then from the president himself as he speaks to the gathering and also moves ahead to commission the project. As we heard from residents in the area, they are expectant. They can't wait to be signed on or roped onto this whole facility, which will provide energy and power to some 32,000 households. Imagine being brought on board this facility, and you could see the excitement in the faces of many of the residents who've been speaking to our reporters on the ground. We will be speaking to our reporters shortly. We'll be moving back to them and bring you the live feed right here on our special coverage of the President's regional tours, a production by the Ministry of Information, also live on a number of media media platforms, including GTV, Adum TV, City TV. We're also live on Metro TV, Wontumi TV, Movement TV, Netu TV, Wezo TV, and on radio on Asase Radio. We're also streaming live on Facebook on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. My name is Kweku Obenyeche. We will take a quick break. When we return, we'll take you back to Kalio for that big event which is already ongoing. Do stay with us. Welcome back to our special coverage of the President's regional tours. And before we went on break, we were live in Kalio, where President Akufo-Addo is expected to commission the Kalio power plant shortly. That ceremony is actually ongoing. Let's cross over now and join our men Wilberforce Asare and Constituency who are at the ceremony for the very latest. So we know that the president is scheduled to commission this new power plant for the communities in these districts. Wilberforce and Kwesi, take us through what has been happening now.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I think this project here today sends four important messages. First of all, a message to the people of Kaleo, the people of the region, and the people of the north of Ghana. This project will provide. This project will make the power supply in the region more reliable. And this is an important prerequisite for inclusive growth in this part.
The government of Ghana enacted the Renewable Energy Act in 2011, and since 2011, the legal framework that is needed for the deployment of solar power in kickstarted. So this particular project, that
this kind of projects of this size are technically feasible and economic viable here in Ghana. And we of course hope that this success will encourage many other independent power producers to follow. I'm actually quite optimistic that in particular the field of mining we will see followers.
Project here. We are told that this power project
to the international community of
one
states
of several that has been done in this part of our country.
This project will help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by over 30,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year. So Ghana is working on its promises.
And its environs will enjoy the benefits of this particular
it is a message
project.
To my government.
Earlier on. You are just waiting for the President of the Republic to give his speech. Right after that, you call baby and for commission, and that is where President of the Republic Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And so to me, akosho enkane ame o se ampa say ye adwuma ne sam. And just before say no, I've been speaking to some assembly members, especially this project was sit in their electoral area, and you see say because aside from omudu dunaka sanso at the light no eye yuma enka kra so it's a big project. It adds up to have said a yes, dum so man has witnessed over the years will actually be of the past over force.
The 60s and the 70s, embraced thermal generation in the 90s, and now we are charting a new path with the rest of the world in the area of modern renewable energy led by particularly history which President Nana Akufo-Addo kindly for being president since independence to have achieved the largest deployment of modern renewable energy capacity integration in the history of Ghana. Mr. President, out of a installed renewable energy capacity of 151 megawatt, 114 megawatt P, being 75%, was done by your government. This makes Ghana West Africa's in modern renewable energy deployment. Mr. President, your government is implementing additional projects which will ensure that by the end of next year, renewable capacity will reach about 300 megawatt P. This is in line with the Renewable Energy Master Plan, which was also devolved government. Our goal for the power sector is to ensure by the year 2030, we will have an installed capacity of at least 1,350 P of modern renewable energy. Mr. President, there is no doubt that leadership and direction in the energy sector has repositioned the energy industry as key enabler for socio-economic development. In this era of energy transition, the policies of your government are already bearing fruits and are rightly putting Ghana as a leader in sustainable development. This has given true meaning to your role as co-chair of the eminent group of the United Nations Sustainable Goals Advocates. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our planned and structured deployment of projects in strategic parts of the country like Kalio is in line with our commitment to deliver affordable and reliable electricity. Under the management of the Honorable Minister, Dr. Matthew Boku-Prempeh, the Ministry will ensure that most of the new projects like one are positioned geographically to improve electricity access and reliability across the country, provide jobs, and bring the engineering practice and technology closer to the step of every Ghanaian. Ladies and gentlemen, the project in Kalio should remind all of us that under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in Ghana and developing all other parts as His promise the people of Ghana. Mr. President, the ministry and all our agencies, particularly NIDCO, NEDCO, and ECG, I would like to have continuous resolve to support your vision of an energy economy to deliver accelerated development to our people. I thank you. Honorable Amin Anta, our affable Deputy Minister, at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we are now having the privilege
Valentine. Okay. So what do you do here in Kaleo?
Part of the elders of the constituency project that is being commissioning mean to you? Oh, it means a lot because health creates job for our people here, and it changes the economy of the area, and so the youth will be empowered to take part in improve their.
Okay, so we are crossing over to Akufo-Addo is about to address the gathering. Let's hear Mr. President.
Christian and Muslim, Upper West Regional Minister for Roads and Highways, and Member of Parliament for Etiwap, Minister for Local Government, Decentralization, and Member of Parliament for Okre, and Member of Parliament for Fuase Ayebi, Minister for Public Enterprises, a Member of Parliament for Ifia, the Deputy Minister for Energy, and Member of Parliament for Karaga, and other Deputy Ministers of State, officials of the Presidency, Member of Parliament for Nadoli, the District Chief Executive for Nadoli Kaleo District Assembly, the Chairperson and Members Board of the Volta River Authority, Chief Executive Officer and Management of the Volta River Authority, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Republic of Ghana, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Spain to the Republic of Ghana, representatives of the contractors, the President, the distinguished members of the Upper West Regional House of Chiefs, the traditional rulers, residents of Kaleo, fellow Indians, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm happy to see my good friend, Mona, here. Even initially, I thought on seeing him, the administration had been transferred from Accra here to Kaleo. It is good to be back in Kaleo, especially to commission the Volta River Authority's 3rd megawatt solar power project. This is further testament to what President Akufo-Addo promises, he delivers. Recall that in February 2020, before the cut of the 2020 general elections, I was here in Kaleo to cut the sword for the commencement of this project, which was the phase of what will eventually be a 28 megawatt here at Kaleo. As pledged, this project has been duly completed, reiterating government's commitment to diversify further the country's entire generation portfolio and increasing the nation's renewable energy generations. The project, along with ongoing interventions in the area of energy efficiency, use of natural gas for thermal generation, adoption of cooking solutions, decarbonization of oil production, amongst others, is helping us accelerate the attainment of our nationally determined contributions as presented at COP26 in Glasgow in the United Kingdom. The Akufo-Addo government has invested heavily in the electricity transmission network, which will enable us to evacuate more renewable energy through our grid, to support the extension of electricity to all parts of Ghana. For this reason, Kaleo is a dedicated transmission line that evacuates power to current and future solar capacity at Kaleo grid coal substation at Wa. At peak sun hours, Kaleo and Laura plants can meet the entire load at Wa and its ends. This can make Wa the greenest city of the Kaleo solar power plant is consistent with Ghana's determined contributions to addressing the effects of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman, since 1961, the nation started commercial production of electricity. Almost all the nation assets, with the exception of the Bui hydropower plant, have been located in the middle and southern parts of the country. Thus taken upon ourselves, as part of our development trip, to bring some of these sources closer to the north, thereby additional opportunities in our regional development journey. Has been one of our main vehicles for improving access to electricity developments, particularly in the northern parts of, and it will continue to do so. A solar plant of 2.5 megawatts in back in 2013. Under this government, successfully completed a 6.5 megawatt solar plant in Loise, which I personally commissioned. Today, signing off on this 13 megawatt addition. This particular project in Kaleo commenced concurrently in September 2019, and initially the combined capacity projects was to be 19.5 megawatts. I'm reliably informed that through the diligence of the Volta River and the implementation of some technical improvements, the product capacity of 22.8 megawatts is to VRA management and their technical teams. This increase in power generation in the Upper West is evidence that the region's industrial and socio-economic accelerate. Industries and other facilities cannot be established in the region due to unavailability of electricity supply. Can now be assured that there is enough capacity to meet their industrial, leisure, and domestic. I'm happy to announce that even as we did, the construction of another 15 megawatt plant and funding has been duly secured from our partner, Development Bank KFW. We expect that from now, the contractors will complete that as well, together once more, to witness another historic milestone. Without a doubt, the benefits of renewable energy in the world are immeasurable. In addition to the present, the continued availability of the sun throughout the year reduces the recurrent financial burden of electricity in our nation. Renewable energy, eradication, improve livelihoods, and a catalyst for development. I encourage international partners to invest in other sectors of the country to work with the Volta River or flood more of such projects these environments. Now, Chairman, it is worth emphasizing that this will provide several benefits, including spread of our power generation assets, improving the of our national power system, stabilizing voltage of power supply in the region, and ultimately with carbon footprint. This new project is in 30 people during the construction phase. I'm glad also the workers used for some 95% of the construction and are from the nearby communities. The project is a tourism boost for the Kaleo community and is a educational and technological field trips in the region to contribute to promoting the advancement of science education, engineering and technological activities in this area, the outlook of our young people. With this, it is expected that corporate social responsibility programs and neighboring communities will be enhanced in many forms, including but not limited to the education of the Kaleo DA Primary School and the provision of critical amenities for the school. Electno SA from Spain and Tractor Belt Engineering from Germany for completing this successfully. I commend also the Ministries of Finance and the Volta River Authority for their respective roles to fruition. And I am particularly grateful with whom the government of Ghana enjoys strong relations, partnership for funding this project through KFW to more of such fruitful exchanges in the future. Very much the presence of the German ambassador here with us, the Spanish ambassador too. And I take very much on board the German ambassador about exploring further modes of cooperation in the energy field. On behalf, I express my sincere appreciation to the Upper West Regional Minister leaders and all stakeholders for their support in the development of these projects. It is my sincere that maintenance of the project will be on top of everybody's the purpose for which it is being set up will not be lost. And that chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, pleasure to declare the 13 megawatt Kaleo Solar Power Commission. May God bless the people of Kaleo and us all. And may God bless our homeland Ghana and make strong. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to invite Mala Nuhu Ali from Kaleo to give us.
All right, so President of the Republic, Nana, just addressed the gathering here at Kaleo. And essentially, Kaleo Solar Power Project is duly commissioned. Indicates that he's excited about this project, and that's because
across the Upper West region in the Republic of Ghana, because the amount of power from this project has the ability to essentially greenness in our country. I've just been joined by the Deputy Minister for Energy. He did address this gathering. He was there when the President was speaking. Let me quickly the commissioning of this project. What is in stock for this region?
First of all, as the President said, Wa and East Environment in the whole of Ghana, because has a total load of about 30 Upper West region. But for Wa and East Environment is about 20 megawatts. Now this facility, which is 13 megawatt, plus the watts of solar in Laura, together gives us about 19 megawatt. And so which means that the 19 megawatts can meet good for Wa and East Environment from renewable energy. And this is why the President is right in declaring Wa as the greenest city.
Indeed. All right. So, what next for the President? The process is on. Like here, I mean, after this, what is he going to do to inspect some things here? What is he going to do?
Inspect the facility, and then he will switch on. But formally, we are connected to the national grid. So this has to be hooked to there is a dedicated transmission line here in Kalio, which we are going to hook our to, and then that will be taken through to the substation in Wa distribution through the region.
So how is the distribution going to be done?
To the national grid, and once it goes into the national grid, there are substations there can switch on to distribute it for consumption in the Wa area or of the energy that is being exported.
Indeed. All right. So, lastly, I know you need to go and join the President, but before I let you go, tell us what next for about renewable energy, not only here in the Upper West region, but for the rest.
It is important for me to state that the President Akufo-Addo, now on record as the President who has achieved the greatest renewable energy in our history as a country. We currently have 100 of solar, but the President alone has done 7% of that. That is 114 megawatts of that. This is very historic, and this is why he's living by the name that is one of the co-chairs of the UN Sustainable Development Goals advocates. He's living by that, not just in words, but also in action, in deeds. We are also developing the energy transition plan under his instructions, and we will, through that, scale up the deployment of renewable energy. For example, by the end of next year, we want to achieve 300 megawatts of solar. You know that we is doing 100 megawatts right now. If you add it to the 151, that's about 250. VRA is going to do an additional solar here in Kalio. And if you add the others that are happening in the country, we should be achieving 300 megawatts by the end of next year. Our goal is to achieve 1,350 as per the Renewable Energy Master Plan. But the way we have started and the agency attached to it shows that we are committed to contribute our quota to address the climate change problems afflicting the whole world.
And I know that the Jubilee House, for example, is also going solar, because when you enter there, you see that they are fixing solar panels. When President Akufo-Addo was speaking, he talked about maintenance. How are we going to ensure that this project is maintained so that it can?
The project cost includes maintenance, and therefore this will also be involved in the maintenance up to some, and we will train Ghanaians to take over the maintenance when the time for the contract. As maintenance is concerned, we are very much aware of it. That is cover the cost of how we are training our own Ghanaians. We also is going to support our universities in the north to installation and also solar maintenance, so that eventually to take care of the maintenance and the future installation of solar in the northern of the country.
Okay, so Minister, just before I let you go, we need to actually press the button. And so currently here on the ground, and it is powered by the solar installation that the solar system that has been fixed in Kalio is airborne, I can say, for distribution. President Akufo-Addo is heading to the center where the machines and everything are set up. But Minister, will be able to achieve that target that has been set in mention. Looking at the speed at which we are going, or we need to increase the momentum to be listed.
Yeah, we will achieve it. I mean, if we develop the facility in 2019, and we are already achieving 300, we have started well, and the progress is impressive. And so addressing it, and the agency attached to it, and the resources we are mobilizing, take these projects, I have no doubt that under the leadership of Dr. Matthew Poko, the target we have set for ourselves, there is no doubt about that.
It is. Thank you, Resta, for energy. It's the one we have been speaking to Mohammed as we will allow you to go and join with the president, and we'll talk again very soon. And so we've been bringing you a live coverage of the commissioning of project here in Kaleo, where President Akufo-Addo joined the chiefs and the inhabitants of Kaleo to bring you the commissioning of the ceremony. Power, solar energy has been, lights are showing that indeed it is on, and we are told that, and hopefully the people of Wa, or the Wa Upper West City in Ghana, because the power that is going to be supplied, meeting virtually all their needs in terms of electrical power. Once any kind of other sources of power and rely solely green, because it's one of the sustainable development goals to go. So once that is done here in the Upper West region, it would have become the greenest region in the Republic of Ghana. Which other region is going to join this renewable energy from the Kaleo power? Solar has duly commissioned it. So the president will now begins his regional tour of the Savannah region, commencing tomorrow. Fuado has brought his tour of the Upper West region to one with the commissioning of the Kaleo power project, which is now for the people of Wa. Once we leave here, we'll be heading to our coverage. We'll be bringing you all the 9 yards as far as the president is, together with my colleague Akwesi Insia, who has just is our host anchor all the way in Accra, and we will our coverage of this entire activity to an end. My C is here, so what is currently happening now is the President of the Republic has just begun to inspect how the operational works of this plant on the light to indicate that yes, indeed, the power plant is fully activated. The Upper West region are going to benefit from this project, which the Ghana government. There's a second phase of this project. That government will soon 22.8 million euros. 22.8 million euros. So this is where we hand over to you as we also go to the control of how this whole thing is.
All right, Wilberforce Cesare, live updates from the Kalio solar plant commissioning, which has just taken place. The commissioning was done by President Fado as part of his 2-day working tour of the Upper West region. Don't forget, the President began his tour yesterday and he's wrapping up today in the Upper West. Tomorrow, he will be in the Savannah region to begin a 2-day working tour of that region. And we've been bringing you live coverage of the activities that the President has been embarking on throughout his tour of the Upper West region. We will continue our coverage, our live coverage tomorrow, right here on this channel, where we bring you the updates as well as all the major activities in the Savannah region. This is a production by the Ministry of Information here in Accra. My name is Kweku Obeng. Just to recap a few of the major comments that featured in the President's presentation at the commissioning. The President said the project signifies government's massive investment in the energy sector. The solar plant is a testament to his government's willingness to address climate change. The President also says that this project is in combination with the Laura plant will help support industrialization in the Upper West region. He also announced that plans are far advanced and funding secured for another 15 megawatts solar plant in the Upper West region. So these are some of the key points that featured in the President's address when he commissioned the Laura solar plant project in the Nadoli Kalio district in the Upper West region. As we did indicate, the President is getting ready to move to the Savannah region, where he will continue his tour, and we'll be bringing you live updates right here on this program, a production by the Ministry of Information and live on a number of TV stations and radio stations, as well as live on Facebook on the social media handle of the Ministry of Information. That's it for today. We will be back tomorrow. My name is Kweku Obeng. From me and the production team and our crew who are out there with the President, thank you so much for joining us. Do join us again tomorrow. Goodbye from us in Accra.
My parents weren't there on that day of the competition, and then they called and my dad was screaming and my mom was excited. My dad always screams when you do something. A proud father.
They say the future of our world is for the young people, but already there are a lot of young people doing amazing stuff. And today on People and Places, we speak to one of these young people, a young lady who has excelled in an area not so common here in Ghana. Welcome to People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Echi Atis. When we return, we'll speak to her. Once again, welcome to the people aspect of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu, and we have a guest with us here in our studios. Her name is Loise Mensah, and Loise is the 2022 Overall Best Orator. You might be wondering what that is. Loise, welcome.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. And Loise is here as well with her father, Mr. Emmanuel Kwame Mensah. Mr. Mensah, it's good of you to bring your daughter to our studios this morning.
Hi, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Wonderful. Loise, you look like a talkative, are you not?
I am.
You are a talkative.
Depending on the situation.
How many times does your name get into the talkative book?
So on that situation, I'm not a talkative there.
Ooh.
Depends on, if I'm told to talk, I'll talk. I mean, I would say amongst my siblings, I talk less. Yes, so I'm not that of a talkative, but when I talk a lot.
Oh, interesting. And so does it come as a surprise to even yourself that you want something like this? This is Overall Best Orator. That means somebody who talks. Is that not it? Does it come to you as a surprise?
No, it doesn't really, because before then I had been to places where I had to speak publicly, but those ones weren't really official. And yeah, at home I would be told to make presentations and give accounts. Yeah, in school as well.
So I'll take it that this started from home? Because
it started from home.
Is it dad who was coaching you, mom?
Both,
exactly?
Both, actually. Every Saturday, we would be told to give a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation on how our week went, and my dad would sit in the living room, and we are 4 girls, so each of us would give a roundup of how our week went in every aspect, physically, spiritually, academically, socially. And that way we were able to build presentation skills where you're speaking to people and telling them what's going on. So with that occasion, we're telling them what's going on in our week. Yes. And there were times where Dad would call you and ask you how your day went. And then you're told to, you're not really told, but you're taught to go straight to the point. Yeah. And Mommy too would ask you questions and expect straightforward answers. Those things really help us to not beat around the bush when we are talking and get straight to the point, all of it in the public speaking.
It seems like your parents are already grooming you for something like this, a day like this, to become the overall best orator. But how does it really feel to be the one who is touted as the best talker in Ghana today?
It feels really good. It feels awarding, rewarding. It's, should I say, surprising and not surprising at the same time. It feels like these things that you have are appreciated. I really didn't, honestly, I didn't take it seriously. In school though, my English teachers will ask me to give the vote of thanks, lead visitors. You know, I knew that I was good publicly, but I didn't really see it this far.
That's interesting. Just so we're on the same page, we need to let our viewers know that this award scheme is the Orators Award, which is an inter-schools competition, more or less, between senior high schools, and it cuts across both public and private schools. So Loise being here as the overall best only means that she puts in a lot of work. But let's get to understand even more about the competition. When you were in the competition, how did you first of all hear about the competition?
Okay, so in school, my English teacher had recommended me to, I think, a debate supervisor in our school when the thing came up, that there was a debate going on. In the past, I had been recommended, so this was the second recommendation. And then I was led to Sir Jude, who gave us a brief on what was going to happen and then started training us.
Interesting. Now, so the competition was in stages. Do you know how many people you were up against?
I'd say 28 because there were 14 schools, 2 representatives each.
From each school?
Yes.
Okay, from across the country. And then, but it's intriguing, your school is Chemu Senior High, and your school emerged overall 4th in position. But you were the first. How did that come to be? What did you do differently?
How do I say it? I'm even still digesting that too. But I purposely, deliberately worked on the impromptu, because during training we were asked to think on the spot, and our coach had trained us, given us just 10 seconds to think and then deliver on the spot. But then when we got to the competition, we were given thrice that time, and so we're used to strict and severe coaching where we're given just 10 seconds. But when we got there, we're given 30 seconds. And since we're used to that strict thing, we had a lot of time to organize our thoughts and deliver exactly how we should deliver.
Again, it seems you never even knew you were being prepared for such a day, from home to when your coach was taking you through 10 seconds of impromptu speaking. I don't know if I can do that in 10 seconds, but that's impressive. But with the competition, did you just have to speak? Just speaking? What did the competition really entail?
Okay, so there were 3 rounds of competition. The first round was a prepared speech round, where we had already been given topics, 10 topics. We were told to select one, prepare a speech, and then we would speak on them on that day. So I had chosen a topic, should plastics be banned, for my first round, and I wrote on it with the help of my mom and my dad. And then I rehearsed it, got conversant with my own speech, and then delivered on that day my first round. Then there was a second where there was the impromptu round, where I would be on stage and the judges would give me a topic, 30 seconds to think on it and 2 minutes to deliver, and then I would do that. So my topic for that particular competition was the myth of imperfections. So I delivered on that topic.
Myth of imperfections.
Yeah.
Okay. Why that topic? Before you go ahead.
I have no idea. They just give me a topic.
Oh, that's what was given to you by...
Yeah, on the spot. So the judges give it to me.
And you delivered?
Yes, I did.
And the third one?
In the third round, where only the 4 top schools get to that round, and then we are given a motion. We ballot for... Did we ballot? We balloted for 4 or against. And then my school balloted for the motion. If I remember correctly, our motion was we should reserve seats in parliament for candidates under 30, and we were for the motion, and we were against Legacy Girls that day, who were against the motion.
So that was your school was against Legacy Girls?
Yes.
Wow. While you were saying all this, it sounded like this was an easy thing for you to do, but was it in any way challenging? Did you get to a point where you wanted to give up? Or this all came easy for you?
I wouldn't say, even though I can confidently say that stage fright isn't something I'm battling, there's always this thing you have in your body when you're speaking to a crowd. It's just that, and you're thinking that, are they listening to me? Are they enjoying what I'm saying? Are they following? And sometimes you're tempted to think that they are not following. And then what makes it interesting is that you go out of your way to make them follow what you're saying, and try to let them enjoy what you're telling them. Let them know that you're given to the crowd. When I was preparing for this competition, there was a video I watched where my coach has sent it to me, and then the speaker was telling us that when you're always talking to a crowd, make sure that you are given to them and you're not taken from them. Let them be the receptors of whatever information you're trying to put across. So I had that in mind and made sure that whatever I'm saying is to their benefit, because I'm speaking to them and I want them to accept what I'm saying. I want them to listen to what I have to say. Yeah.
And now you're overall best orator. How did it come to your school? How your classmates, everybody else, how did they receive this news?
Okay, my dad called me when I was there. My parents weren't there on that day of the competition, and then they called and my dad was screaming and my mom was excited. My dad always screams when you do something
proud father.
good. Yeah. And then my friends were cheering and supporting. Yeah, they were really good, and I got to school and everyone was just there to receive me. It was very nice.
Interesting. Mr. Mensah,
I see you smiling the whole time.
Okay.
Interesting. This is your daughter. She's already told us a little of how proud you were when you received the news. But tell us, what kind of daughter is she?
Yeah, Loise is a good girl. I mean, good is something we take quite seriously. Is to be ordinary and do your duty joyfully. So, like she said, I mean, life is just what you put to it ordinarily. So, I was happy. I was happy that what we were doing in secret, without a plan, without an aim, without saying that, oh, we are preparing ourselves for this, had found relevance. And I think that that's quite refreshing, so that for all of us, we get to know that the Bible says time and chance happens to us all. The race is not for the swift, the battle is not for the strong, food is not for men of wisdom, favor is not for men of understanding. So that's where the joy comes from. And to see that, I mean, with Loise, like she said, she's not a cheap talker, so to speak.
Cheap.
I might be a cheap talker. I mean, don't invite me, raise a topic, I'll talk. Okay, don't invite me. So, but Loise won't talk because you have raised the topic. She might have interest in it. You have to call her to talk, and when you call her to talk, she would speak. So her keeping quiet is not a bluff. It's not like, I'm not interested, I don't want you.
Is that to say she absorbs him more?
Exactly.
So she can...
Exactly. Okay. And then can come up with the best. You know, we used to talk about it at home, a workshop where a man enters the room and asks the participants to give their views about how the workshop was going, and he would give a prize, and everybody spoke quite quickly. You know, the last person just waited for everybody and summarized what everybody said, and he got the prize. So
very smart.
Yeah. So that's the joy of it, and given the fact that we were mentioned, this is about speaking, and speech is the distinct feature of human beings among God's creation. So to be able to speak itself is a big thing. Your vocal cords, your voice, but to be able to be an orator. So an orator is somebody who speaks sensibly to an issue, to a crowd, and is expected, in fact, is expected to move them. Okay, so the difference between an orator and a mere speaker is to move people. The Speaker of Parliament will speak structured. He doesn't move anybody, but he has said the facts, he has the authority. He's not an orator. But an orator is somebody who is speaking to the facts structured, and he inspires you to act. And I'm happy for a competition like this. And I think that's a brilliant opportunity for our young people to have a platform to put themselves together so that you can present something logical, you can present something inspiring, and hopefully you can present something you are doing really, or you would do, not to be a cheap speaker.
When the news got to you, she says you were excited, you were screaming. What was going through your head?
Yeah, so when I was screaming, nothing goes through your head at that time.
Very true.
Yes, but what makes you to start screaming is that there is a response to your effort, relevance. Like your effort has been respected. So it's like, wow. And more wow when you didn't expect it. And in a certain sense, apart from the week of preparation that we had not prepared for anything like this. And that's the beauty of it, when your preparation is not inspired by an expected reward, but it's inspired by your sense of duty. We just have to be prepared in life, because as they say, opportunity is when preparation meets chance. If you don't have chance and you're not prepared, some things will not be opportunities. Okay, so that's why I screamed.
That's nice.
Yes, yeah.
Interesting. Is Loise your last daughter?
No, she's my second of 4. And okay, so we call them the Base girls, B-I-S-E. So Base. Phoebe is their elder sister. She got to the university at 15 years. Ooh. She finished at 19. She's registered a company. She's doing stuff on her own. So she's brilliant. And I'm saying this without pride. I'm saying this with very open honesty. With pride, yeah.
Yes, a lot of it. I was going to ask, why not with pride? Because every father should be proud.
Yeah. So Phoebe is brilliant. She's the B. Loise is the I. Loise is intelligent. So she's intelligent. you get it. Yeah. And she takes time and she says it. Sometimes she misses it totally. But when intelligent people miss it, you don't see it if you are not intelligent. The person has deviated, but you can't tell because it's intelligent. So Loise is the intelligent one. Phoebe is the brilliant one. She sparkle when you least expect. And then Priorities is the smart one. She's the third of them. She's smart. Like, she's quick. She thinks on her feet. I'm sure she will admit. Priorities says she's better. She says Priorities is better.
so between the two of them.
Yes. And then the last one is Arete. Arete is E, excellent. Okay, so like she's all around. Like she's cleaned up for all of them. What we couldn't do for all of them because we weren't experienced, we put all in Arete. So they're good. And for us as parents, what makes this nice is that they challenge us. Okay, so sometimes old people think that they are there to help young people, but we find out that you become an old person who is better because you interact with young people, because they bring things up to you which will challenge you. They'll ask you questions. In our home, we don't take no for an answer, and we don't say I don't know. I mean, like, what's the meaning of I don't know? They ask you a question and say you don't know. I mean, why? If you don't know, look for it and say that I'll look for it. I mean, you don't have to pretend you know anyway. So don't end that I don't know.
But always show that you want.
Exactly. So there's a lot of challenge, and I guess it's the same in many homes, and we are seeing it. I just watched the competition after it was shared with me, and I realized that the other contestants were very, very good. I mean, the guys from Achimota, they spoke well. They blew the thing. The preset guys were disappointed, but they did well. The legacy guys, it was good. So I'm quite proud and happy about Ghanaian young people. And my expectation is that the ability to speak well will translate into the ability to behave well. Because if we miss that, then that will be a problem. Then the trust will be lost in society, because you meet people who speak well, who give you all the promises, and then it doesn't happen, and then you lose trust. And so I think that the opportunity we have now is to tax people like Loise. You have said this very nicely. Okay, you spoke about plastics. Okay, so what happened to your plastic waste? So do you understand? So to translate what you said into real character, then we'll be developing.
Wonderful. You know, as you speak, I'm learning so much from you, Loise. Would you say your dad is your biggest inspiration? Because me, just listening to him, I'm inspired.
My biggest inspiration.
Maybe not your biggest. But he's part of it.
He is part of it.
Okay.
He is part of my inspiration because he's as he said, he's always talking. And when he gets opportunities to speak on radio, he would carry us along, and then he wouldn't just make us sit there, he would make us speak. And the thing is, sometimes we would get mad that he told us just that morning, and that you're going to the studios with me, and we know that we're going to speak, and we feel so unprepared. So I'll say it's an impromptu one, and then we speak in the studios with him on topics that we just heard about. So he's part of my inspiration, and I always say God is also one of my inspirations, and my mom. My mom would always tell me to speak properly. I have this thing where I'm speaking fast. Like I'm speaking fast and I'm saying a lot of things, very important things, but no one's really getting what I'm saying. So I had to teach myself to speak and to be heard.
Okay.
Because sometimes people speak but no one hears them. And my grandma and my mom would tell me, Loise, we're not hearing what you're saying. And then I would have to open my mouth and actually speak, because it's painful when you speak a lot and you realize that no one actually heard what you're saying. Yeah, so that my mom's also one of my biggest inspirations as well. She's always taking us to book fairs, keeping us in the line for books. In the house there's this library where you ask my dad a question and he won't answer you. Have you read this book? And because you'd want to know the answer, he wouldn't give it to you cheap. You would have to go in for the book, and then you learn so much. So much. Yeah, so my parents actually
are your biggest inspiration. And already I feel like being part of your home. Anyway, this is still the people aspect of people and places. Thank you very much, Mr. Mensah, for coming. But right after this break, we're going to speak to Loise's coach. He's going to join us here on set, and we'll have even more of this conversation. Don't go away.
Let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Ghana is one of the biggest producers of shea butter. The northern region of Ghana is where this native butter is primarily produced. Aside from skincare purposes, shea butter can also be used for preparing local foods. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and join Eche Atisu and his guest.
Welcome back from the break. This is still People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Jude Kwejiri Agui just joined us, and Jude is Loise's coach. Jude, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You must feel like a proud coach right now.
Definitely. Yeah.
Tell us, how did it all begin for you, the process to getting here to become the best orator?
Okay, so I actually was an alumnus, or should I say, I am an alumnus of Chemu Senior High School. So in my time, that was back in between 2011 to 2014. Yes, pretty long time, but I'm not that old. So I was competing in public speaking and debate competitions, and so the kind of exposure, the experience, and the value I gained from there, I knew that's something I'd want to pass on to other students. So ever since I completed Chemu Senior High School, I go back every year. I get alumni from the debate club as well to go back to the school and help the debate club prepare for different competitions, as many as possible, public speaking, debates, I mean, just to give them that experience and to pass on that value. So I can confidently say the debate club has been active and relevant in various competitions over the years. So this year was another year of going back. Even though I'm working and everything, I still wanted to go back and help. And I noticed this competition, which was being advertised by Speech Forces. Now, Speech Forces are an organization that really help the youth, professional bodies, and various individuals to improve their communication through public speaking and debate. And so one of the competitions they had advertised was the Orators Public Speaking Championship. And I thought, wow, it's been a long time since Chemu took part in a public speaking competition, so why not? Yeah. So I got in touch with them, got in touch with the school, and thankfully we have a good relationship because I've been coming over the years. And so I spoke to Mr. Rumpa. He's one of the English teachers at Chemu and a very, very dedicated teacher. Shout out to him and Madam Anita. So we got in touch with the headmistress, tried to get permission, get the letter signed and everything. It was a bit of a rush. And so finally when we had registered and everything, we had just 5 days to prepare for the competition. 5 days? Yes, 5 days, because that was the Monday before the Saturday the competition was supposed to start. So he recommended Loise as someone who could possibly take part in the competition. We had a number of people, also good speakers with very good potential, but we had to select 2 people. You know how that feeling is. I mean, you have so many good people, but then you need to choose just 2 people to take part. And so after the first encounter with all of them, of course, I didn't make my decision right away. I was working with another alumnus. His name is Daniel Bing, and I thank him as well, because even though he was sick, he was still helping with training virtually. Okay. So we basically had to set a training calendar for the week from Monday to Friday. So I spoke to them on the first and I told them, guys, I know it's going to be stressful. They had tests that week, actually. That was their last week of school. Okay. Yeah, they had tests every day of that week. And I told them, a lot of things must have been going wrong. I mean, we're already going wrong for you, but you're able to sail through. Yeah, so we got them a schedule. So we're going to meet in person 3 times and twice virtually when they get home from school. So that's from 7:30 p.m. to about 9 p.m. Thereabouts, yes. So after 3 days of trying them on the various rounds, preparing them for the various rounds, we thought that, okay, I think our final decision would be Loise and one other lady, Melifa, for the competition, because we looked at the level of preparedness and I had no idea about where all the background she had come from. So it all makes sense now. Okay. It all makes sense now. We're looking for the level of preparedness and the ability to handle the pressure and all of that within this short period of time, because I'm pretty sure other schools also had tight deadlines, but I think for most of them they got the information a little earlier. But I'm just grateful to God that we were able to make use of the short period of time we had. And on that day, as you know, she was the best orator. Chemu got to the final. She won the best impromptu speech, and her colleague Melifa was also a bronze medalist for the category as well. So yes, that's the process. That's I believe it's appropriate to just say congratulations to you as well. Thank you for being part of this journey for Loise. Loise, now that you are the best orator, what do you want to do in future? This question is asked often. What's your career path going to look like?
I initially wanted to be a lawyer, so I'd
still pursue it.
And then I got into science. I do science in school. I'm a science student.
Okay.
And then I got keen interest in neurology. Yes, so I read books on neurology, and yeah, that's where my mind is now. And I'm not disputing the law thing that I want to do. So it's science and law.
I guess it would be a nice combination, a neurologist and a lawyer. I guess with your brain you can do that. Very possible.
I hope.
Is that not possible? You can do the 2 professions.
Yes.
It'll be nice. One day I can look back and say, I know this neurologist who is also a lawyer.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. Apart from the public speaking and all that, what other things do you do? You're a young lady. What kind of interest do you have apart from the reading and other things?
Okay, so I like to work out. I started doing basketball in GHS. Right now it's minimized because of school and all. But yeah, I like to work out and I draw. So yeah, so drawing and then basketball. Yeah, and then what? I have interest in Spanish that I've not been, Spanish too. And then my dad is a language person, so everyone learns a language. And then everyone plays an instrument.
Okay.
Yes.
Which instrument do you play?
So I'm learning the viola.
Oh, violin.
Yes.
I want my daughter to do that as well.
Yeah, so that's that aside all of that. So language, instrument, sports.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it, I guess.
Your life looks packed, eh? Is there space for other, maybe less, how would I even describe them? Less time consuming or less intellectual things? Do you have time for some of those things?
I do. I know. I think I do, but I feel like there's a time for everything.
Okay.
So even if there's time for that kind of space to be, then you put that time to maybe studying or accomplishing what you've prepared yourself to accomplish. So that time, it actually depends on me how I want to make that time. If I want time for less intellectual things, I would create that time. But I feel like there shouldn't be time for that. From what my parents would tell you, that yes, you can create the time for that. Sometimes we would create timetables and present it to my parents, and oh, you can't do this, create another timetable and create another timetable. And then my dad would tell you that there's time for everything, and you create the time, because everyone has the same 24 hours in a day, and so you can't complain about being too busy. So I've learned to create time for the things I prioritize. That's my studies and my music and language. Yeah.
Do you cook?
Do I cook? I wouldn't say I do.
You don't cook?
No, I don't cook.
Okay. Now that you are best orator, I know that this is just the stepping stone. There are bigger platforms, international platforms like TED Talk. Do you see yourself speaking at TED Talk one day or any other?
I started seeing myself just recently because it was my videos, seeing these TikTok speakers preparing for the competition. Like, oh, these speakers are really good, and in every video I watched, I learned a new thing. And if I could get to that point where someone will also watch me on that platform and learn something, I would be very grateful. So, of course, I look forward to being on big platforms like TED Talks and everything. Yeah.
I want to just find out from you. You've partaken in this competition. Do you think that we need a lot more of such competitions in this country for young people like yourself?
We do, we really do, because even after this competition, I got other people asking me, I didn't know, on my Instagram, where people text me and be like, I write poems but I have stage fright. There was this Muslim girl who texted me just recently, and she loves to write and she loves to talk, but then she has the stage fright thing and she doesn't see herself anywhere, but she knows that she's really good at it. And when we create these opportunities for young people to believe that whatever they are facing, whether it's stage fright or being not confident, we would boost that kind of confidence. If we lay low and we don't pull them to the stage, nothing's gonna happen. So I think that yes, these things are very, very much needed, because there are a lot of young people who are doing great things, greater things and wonderful things that we need to bring out as a country. Yeah.
All right, Jude, let me come back to you. Now that you've been able to help give us an overall best orator in this country, what's the future for the things you're already doing in your school going to be like?
Well, I think this is definitely a stepping stone and will be an inspiration for a lot more students to learn to build the skill in public speaking. And like what was said earlier, I really hope there are more competitions for young people to take part in. I'm so happy whenever I see, for instance, the National Science and Maths Quiz and the impact it's made and the interest it's generated. I'm really hoping for more of such things. There was actually a competition called the Young Debaters Public Speaking Competition. Yes. I'm sure you've heard of it before. Yes, I actually took part in it in 2013 when I was actually in high school. So it comes in from time to time, and I really hope there are a lot more firms or corporations that support that and other competitions, because the ability to speak is so important. And I think little by little we're getting rid of this stereotype that it's for art students, or at the university it's for the political science students, because Loise is a science student. And some of the best speakers I've had the chance to meet, for instance, when I was in Legon, the University of Ghana debate site, some of the best speakers were pharmacy students, some of them were doing nursing. I mean, different fields. So no matter the field you find yourself in, the ability to communicate is exceptionally important in working with teams, leading teams, because communicating and getting your idea across and helping people to work towards a particular goal is, I think it's underestimated. So I'm available to help with training. I mean, if there are competitions that are around and they need someone to coach in that regard, I'm more than happy to do that. And especially, I mean, I'm dedicated to Chimu, so whenever they need me, I'm always there for them.
That's a wonderful one. Loise, now that you are here, I don't know if, have you had any other opportunities? Has this opened you up to anything that we're not aware of? Scholarships, any gigs, anything like that?
So recently I heard of the Ghana AU conference thing. Yes, where the best orators from this competition were recommended to speak to later in October. Yes, and then there's one next year, April. Those are the ones I'm aware of that I'm hoping to make the best of when they come.
Okay. Yeah. Wonderful. That means you're going to explore a lot of those opportunities. But I want to say thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you, Mr. Mensah. Thank you all. And so this has been People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Echiati. So we are hopeful that as we've shared the story of Loise Mensah, a lot more young people can take some inspiration from this. Remember, there is news when you log on to www.ghanaweb.com. Until another time, be safe.
Let the flag come back.
excited, and on behalf of His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, we are receiving the World Cup trophy delegation here and the trophy itself. And the next 2 days, there are a lot of activities that are lined up for Ghanaians generally, the ordinary people, to have a glimpse of the trophy, the golden trophy of the World Cup. Because those days when we were children, you can only watch it on television. Now we have opportunity to see it real. And this is some feeling that you can describe. So I'm super excited seeing that the importance of it. You can see a whole aircraft is lifting the trophy here. That tells you the most how important the trophy is to the FIFA, the football community. Inshallah, December, this trophy will return here. Ghana being the champions of the world as far as football is concerned.
We've always loved our football. Unfortunately, we missed out at the Mondial in 2018, but we've always yearned to be there, and I'm happy that the works and hard work of the players have resulted in we being at the Mondial again. This is the stage we belong to. Well, people expect Team Ghana to play good football and to be extremely competitive. I mean, in the last time we were at the Mondial, we didn't write a good history, and I think that it's about time we corrected all the wrongs, and I believe that the team is ready, and the team will be ready, and the team will make Ghana proud.
On behalf of the Executive Council of the Football Association, I would say that we are extremely happy to welcome for the first time this year, obviously, the World Cup trophy. It is a trophy we have been yearning to see. It is a trophy we've been yearning to feel. And it is a trophy we hope to touch. I believe that Team Ghana will be ready come November. Team Ghana will be very, very competitive. And when I say Team Ghana will be very, very competitive, I hope all of us here understand exactly what I mean. We will be very, very competitive. Our singular determination is to go out of the group. And once we come out of the group, the rest is open for everybody. We are very much determined to rewrite history. And everybody who will be in that contingent to the Mondial in November will be ready when the alarm bells ring. We are Ghana. And we will show to the world that we are Ghana. Let us believe, let us stand united behind the team like ever before. I remember my clarion call to Ghana before we played the two qualification games against Nigeria. My appeal was very simple. This is our Black Stars. We have to be supportive of our Black Stars. Indeed, Ghana stood up as a unit, as a family, and we supported our Black Stars, and we clinched that singular slot for the Mondial. Again, Ghana will stand firm, shoulder to shoulder with all of us, and our Black Stars will make our nation great and strong.
You're doing great things around the world.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hey y'all, welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbry. We have another exciting episode for you today. I can't wait for you to meet our guest, Mr. Stephen McDonough. So I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. Follow me. Let's get to know Stephen. I know you're going to enjoy today's interview. Around the world. Yeah. Welcome back to Diaspora Link with your host, Diallo Sumbry. And as you know, every episode, before we get into our interview, we want to find out a little bit more about our guests. So today, again, we have Mr. Stephen McDonough. Let's jump into our choices. Stephen, welcome.
Nice to see you, brother.
Nice to see you too. All right, so choices.
Yep.
I'm going to give you two choices.
Okay.
And then you have to choose one and tell me why.
Got it.
This one, I think the first one is going to be a little bit easy.
All right.
All right. In the sport of track and field, the 100 or the 400?
The 100 all day.
100 all day. Tell me why the 100.
Because anything over 200 is too long of a distance for me, brother.
Anything over 200 is too much, right? All right. So the 100. All right. Being from the islands and having some of your family from the islands, I'm going to ask you to choose between Jamaican rice and peas, and Trinidadian pulori.
I'm going to go with the Jamaican rice and peas.
Really?
Have to. Have to. It reminds me of wache here.
It reminds you of wache. Okay, so why that over pulori?
Well, I never really got into the pulori. I was more on the curry goat and some of the other things, but not as much pulori.
All right. Yeah. Here's two other choices in terms of just being in these places, Jamaica or Trinidad.
I got to say Trinidad.
Okay.
Trinidad.
Okay.
A lot of
so
memories.
Rice and peas from Jamaica.
Yes.
But location Trinidad. Why Trinidad?
Absolutely. Trinidad, ironically, isn't a big tourist destination.
Okay.
You know, because they have oil and everything there, compared to Jamaica, where it's a bit more touristy. So you can get away more easily in Trinidad than Jamaica.
Got you. So you got more hideouts, more relaxing, more. But Jamaica, everybody's showing up to Jamaica. Hey man,
yes,
right? Everybody show up looking for weed. Like,
buy some weed, bro.
As if that's the only thing you do in Jamaica, right? Okay, here's another one. All right. Since we're in Ghana, Accra versus Kumasi in terms of being in the area and just where you're comfortable.
That's tough. That's real tough.
Good,
real tough.
Because I'd like to try to get at least one tough one.
That's real tough.
At least one tough one.
Wow.
You gotta choose one.
I'll go with. I gotta go with Accra.
You gotta go with Accra. Why Accra?
It's not as dusty.
That's not as dusty. All right.
But of course, you know, that's where our stuff is in Kumasi. So
Right.
Kumasi.
You know what? I'm going to get back to Kumasi very soon. Okay. I have some friends and some people that I need to see.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for participating. Ladies and gentlemen, choices. We all make choices. Let's remember that our choices do not have to push us further apart, but they can always bring us back together. All right. So now we're going to go into our next called Top 5. I'm going to give Stephen 5 categories, and he's going to give us his top choice in each category. Okay, Stephen, this is our top 5.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you a category, and you just choose the top. It could be your favorite, the best, the first one that comes to mind.
Got it.
Number 1, favorite book. Choose one book that's had a significant impact on your life.
There are many books. I'll say the one that's currently open on my coffee table right now is your book, The Smart Guide of
my man, my man.
Repatriation Guide. Yes.
Let's take a pause. He's talking about a Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, written by Diallo Sumbri. You can get it on Amazon. All right, a Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, my man. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Next, your favorite sport.
It has to be track and field.
Track and field. We're gonna get into a little bit of that a little later. Track and field. Okay. Next, your favorite food. It could be a kind of food like Jamaican food. It could be a specific thing like hamburgers.
It's wow.
If you had to choose one,
it's a number of dishes from West Indian cuisine.
So West Indian cuisine
as a whole, yeah.
All of the Caribbean islands, shark and bake.
Shark, definitely.
Everything.
I mean, there's too many to
doubles.
Name. Too many to name.
Curry goats and thing.
Oxtail, stewed peas on the Jamaican side.
Okay.
I mean, there's too
West
many.
Indian cuisine.
Absolutely.
Got it. All right. Next, give me your favorite musical artist. It may not be your favorite, but choose one. If you can only choose one musical artist, who is that musical artist?
I think it'll be blasphemy if I didn't say Bob Marley.
Oh, so you just gonna say Bob Marley?
I have to. I have to, but I mean, he's the best. He's the greatest of all time.
You can't go back if you don't say Bob Marley.
But I mean, his music is timeless.
Right.
Anywhere you go in the world, you hear it.
True. Everywhere. Yep. Really, I haven't been any place where people don't know Bob Marley.
Absolutely.
So that's very true. It's either Bob Marley or Tupac. Like, if just feel like those are the two that Michael Jackson. But anyway, all right. Last one. Favorite place to vacation?
It used to be Ghana.
But now you live here.
I live here now, so I've been looking at the Indian Ocean side. So Zanzibar, Mombasa, those types of places. Real
Got
nice.
you. Favorite place? And have you been there already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Real nice.
So whenever you need a break from Ghana,
I can
go east.
More easily get to Zanzibar.
You can easily get to Zanzibar. I'm hoping to try to get to Zanzibar. I haven't been to East Africa yet, so I have a certain place in Kenya that I'm really trying to get to. So hopefully I'll get there this year.
It's beautiful over there.
Right.
It's a whole nother world.
I know. I'm gonna make it. Top 5. Thank you for participating.
Absolutely.
Our top 5 is a way to get to know our guests. Is a way to kind of dive in a little bit to find out more about some very specific things. Now we are going to dive right into the interview.
Greetings, around the world.
And we are back with Diaspora Link and our guest today, Mr. Stephen McDonough. Now, before we get into the interview, I mean, you've already seen his choices, and you've already seen his top 5. And I just want to say something about this brother, because when I met this brother, this is somebody I haven't known a very long time. But when I met him, he was in Accra. He was at the Beyond the Return office, and I got a call and say, "Hey, it's somebody here looking for your book." So we started chatting. We finally got together. Brother came through, supported, mad love, bought 5 books off the top. For those of you who don't understand my slang, that means he bought 5 books immediately. And then, when the brother was getting married, he came and bought 10 more books and gave them to everybody in his wedding party. So I just wanted to give him a shout out as somebody who didn't know me from anywhere and just gave me support. Brother Stephen.
Nice to see you.
Thank you again, my brother. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. The information in the book was very good. Very good. And people need to have access to that at their fingertips. So I wanted to make sure that happened.
So tell us about Stephen McDonough. Tell us where you're from, where were you born, a little bit about your journey, from where you started up through, you know, college.
Got it. So I'm from Richmond, Virginia.
Okay.
Went to Benedictine High School, an all-boys military Catholic school. Ran track there. Had the fastest times in the nation in hurdles.
Really? Hold on. Can I ask what year this was?
This was...
Is that okay?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you know, I'm young. So 2000.
Okay, 2000.
2000.
Fastest time in the nation in hurdles.
Nation in high school.
Yo, that's major.
It was back then. It was.
Right. I mean, well, okay. For me, it's just a major thing. Period. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So, did you always run track? Did you start track like as a, or did you just start in like high school?
I started in high school.
Really?
Freshman year.
Wow.
Freshman year.
So you didn't do like the junior meets and
none of that. But my father actually ran track.
Okay.
He's coming out of Jamaica.
Okay. Your father ran. So you got that athleticism in your blood.
Absolutely.
Now you said coming out of Jamaica. So I know that your family is not from the U.S. So tell us just where your mother's side and your father's side are from.
So my mother's side is from Trinidad.
Okay.
Trinidad and Tobago, and my father's side is from Jamaica.
Okay.
So, but I was first generation. You know, I was born in the U.S. So.
Born in the U.S. So they came from the islands to
New
York.
And then migrated to Richmond. Yeah.
Okay. So you got the fastest time in the nation for hurdles out of Richmond, Virginia. And
then I went to Virginia Commonwealth University on a track scholarship.
Okay. Shout out to VCU. Y'all keep giving scholarships to young black kids all over the nation. We appreciate it.
Yep. I think my record still stands. The hurdle record, indoor record at VCU still stands.
Wow. Yeah, so when you go back, that means you're a distinguished alumni.
I don't.
You don't flaunt it, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Okay. All right.
But so I studied business management and financial planning. Ended up starting an investment advisory firm, Wyndham Financial Services. And
so this is after college?
During college. Before.
This is during college?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you was focused at an early age. If you started a financial services business while you were still in college, you were focused?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm not a traditional student, right? So it took me a little bit longer to finish, but I was doing a few other things while I was going to school. So.
Okay.
Yeah. But from there, I started doing a bit more business management work and then started in the international trade and development space.
Okay.
So import-export, helping U.S. companies sell their stuff overseas. And that's kind of what got me here to Ghana.
Okay, so that's what brought you here to Ghana, that import-export business?
Yes.
So what other countries have you worked with in terms of import-export and what products or services?
Wow. So it was across the board, product and services wise. We had at one point teams on the ground in over 50 markets throughout Africa, the Caribbean, Asia. Because we were working more in the developing markets, emerging and frontier markets, because they have the biggest need and they wanted access to U.S. products and services. Right?
Okay.
So, but one of my best friends and business partners is Ghanaian.
Ah, okay. So and did that happen?
That was
before you came to Ghana?
It was before. So he brought me. He brought me here.
Got you. He was like, bro, you need to come home and get some of this fufu. You need to come to Ghana.
You
need to come to Ghana with me and catch some of these vibes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what's up.
So for about 10 years, going back and forth, seeing all the opportunities on the ground here, it made me really focus on getting here permanently.
Got you.
Yeah.
So let me take. I'm gonna go a few steps back, because I am a member of what some people would call one of the Black Greek organizations, Pan-Hellenic, and I know you are also.
Absolutely.
So even though we aren't a part of the same organization, I want to give you an opportunity to shout out your organization.
The oldest and the coldest, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
Okay, there we go. I wanted to make sure that we didn't. I wanted to make sure that we didn't skip that part. Okay, so you're working with these various companies doing import and export around the world.
Yep.
And then you started coming to Ghana, you said 10 years ago.
Yes.
All right. So as you were coming to Ghana, was it vacation? Was it always business? You was just or was you just really coming for the fufu?
It was a little bit of everything, right?
Okay.
Work and play at the same time.
Got you.
You know, coming all the way over here, want to be able to spend time really enjoying the culture, enjoying the location, enjoying the country, but at the same time looking for the various opportunities.
Got you.
So
you've traveled around the continent as well too?
Yeah, I have.
So like, what are some of the places you've been on the continent?
Well, South Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and then Ghana. Ghana's the only one in the West Coast that I've been to.
Ghana's the only, really? The only West Coast?
Not West Coast, West Africa.
West Africa, but I got you. I got Western coast of Africa.
There you go.
All right, so now we're going to play Africa in 60. Africa in 60 is when we ask our guests to name as many African countries as they can in 60 seconds. We do not prepare our guests for this. We want to give them all of the pressure that there is. All right? So, let's go. Can we get a countdown? 3. You got this, right? As many African countries as you can in 60 seconds. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
South Africa, Lesotho, Namibia, Mozambique, Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, Angola, Kenya, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, Chad, Nigeria, Ghana, there's Ghana, Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal.
Let's go.
Mauritius, Mauritania, Seychelles, Comoros Islands, Cape Verde. Liberia.
Finish. Okay, that's good. We're like 33, 34. But you know what I can see you doing? The map.
Yeah.
I'm like, because no one said Chad, right? No one has said Chad. No one said Djibouti. I don't think any of our guests have said Djibouti. You know what I'm saying? No one has said that so far. Right.
That's how I can do it, bro.
Yeah, no. That's good. Okay, so you've been to those countries, and we do Africa in 60 because, as you know, in so many places in the world, people still don't see Africa as a continent. I really don't think people understand how large this continent is, right?
It's 2.5 times the size of the U.S.
When you can say that to somebody, but I don't think they realize it until maybe they have to catch a flight. From west to east or from west to south, and then it's like, oh wow, this is like what to get from one end from California to DC is the same, distance a lot of places. Okay, African 60, that was fun. You did great too.
Thank you.
All right, so now let's go back to you traveling back and forth to Ghana. Okay. And so your partner, he's still your partner.
Yeah.
And you all were partnered in the financial services business,
financial, yes,
as well as the import-export business.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So here we are, and now you have moved to Ghana. What? Well, hold on. Let me take 2 steps back.
Okay.
I'm gonna take 2 steps back. As somebody who's been coming for 10 years, you came before the year of return.
Yes.
So when you saw the year of return campaign, how did you feel?
It was beautiful because one of the things that I struggled with prior to the year of return was getting people to come here, getting people to pay attention to Ghana. Because coming from the U.S., I mean, it's nice, but it's not as nice, and especially after the last few years, it hasn't been as attractive as it was. But I kind of saw a lot of that coming.
Got you.
So I wanted to tell people, hey guys, you need to really pay attention to Ghana. So when the year of return happened, it was perfect.
It was so then you didn't have to do as much convincing, and everybody you had been telling is now like
they're more seriously looking at it. I'll say it like that.
And not just and it's okay to vacation, but people are looking at it as a place to vacation as well as a place to do business.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm educating people on now is just the different opportunities, right?
Okay.
And how to do it from concept to being on the ground to implement.
Now, is this any particular industry or a specific industry in terms of, you said you're educating people on how to do it?
Yeah. So it's really focused on the agric sector.
Okay.
So no matter what, we have to eat 3 times a day, right?
Yes.
Where does the food come from?
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
Because a lot of people, some people don't get 1 meal a day.
Yep.
But those of us who are blessed,
absolutely,
we get to choose, and sometimes we decide that we're only going to have 2 meals a day, and we get to choose what we eat.
Yep.
We get to choose how much we eat. So love to all of those people who don't get a meal. And we do hope that, Diaspora Link, at some point, we will be reaching out to always help people in communities that might not have as many blessings as some of us do.
There you go.
Just wanted to shout that out.
There you go. Perfect. But, coming from the U.S., if you're in the cities, which most of us are from, you don't really see how food is produced.
Right.
You don't see what goes into it. You have no control over it.
You just go to the grocery store.
You go to the grocery store. You may go to your corner store, convenience store, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know what they're putting in the foods. I mean, there's so many things that we just don't know.
Okay.
But food is like medicine.
Okay.
So if we're not eating the right things, then our body's not going to perform the right way.
Now, do you have family back home?
Yeah.
You have family back home. Are you from a large family, a small family?
Very, very large family. My grandmother had 12 brothers and sisters.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can just see how it's grown exponentially all over the U.S., Canada, the Caribbean. Yeah.
So, but are you the only member of your family who's here? Like, who's moved?
Yes, as of right now.
Okay. How is that for your family? Do you stay in touch often? You in a family chat group? Are you always on video calls? Like, how do they feel? Did anybody have any concerns or worries? Or, I mean, I know you have been coming for 10 years, but when you said I'm moving, that's still a
Well, I was here for a while before I said that I live here.
Okay.
So I was always going back. So I went back, but I would just bring more stuff back over here.
Okay. So your family was cool. They was comfortable. They saw it wasn't like nobody was worried that you're moving there. That means we're not going to see you anymore.
Well, they can get on the plane. And
they can.
And they have.
They have.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, they love it. They love it. But dealing with COVID right now, it's not as easy for people to move around, or people aren't as open to moving around as they used to be. But hopefully that eases up here in this year.
So has it been difficult at all in terms of establishing a business here? Because you're someone who's done business around the world with a lot of countries, and there is an international standard of doing business, right? There are some things that you just expect people to know and do.
Yep.
Have you met challenges with that here?
Many.
Okay.
Many challenges. I mean, you have to ask questions here that you normally wouldn't have to ask.
Okay.
Are you gonna unload the delivery truck, or do I need to have a team on site to unload? I mean, it's little things like that
back home you might not have had to ask that question.
Never.
Once you order it, it's going to be unloaded.
They're not just going to bring the truck in front of your house and have you come and unload it. No.
Got you.
But I mean, it's little things like that. So you really have to pay close attention. You really have to pay close attention. So, but fortunately, my wife is Ghanaian, and she also helps with that.
Okay, so
she's made that transition.
Helps to help bridge that cultural connection and just understanding how things work on the ground and helping you with patience and
yes, a lot of patience. But it's worth it. It's worth it, right?
Okay.
But it's definitely a lot of patience that it takes.
All right, hold that thought. We're going to come right back. We're going to take a small break, and then we're going to come back and get into more with Stephen. We're going to talk about his business. We're going to talk about exactly what he's doing in Ghana and how he's encouraging other people to come. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent. Their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal birthright journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal birthright journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a birthright journey partner. Madasi. And we are back with Diaspora Link with our guest, Mr. Stephen McDonough.
Yes, sir.
So, Stephen, we left off on some challenges. You said many. You gave some examples. Let's talk about. Actually, give me a few more examples. They can be as broad or specific as you would like in terms of just some of the challenges you faced in doing business. Right? It doesn't even have to be specific to your industry or your business, but just some basic things that you've come up against.
Yeah. I'll say what's irritating to me is having to pay everyone's transport.
Aquaba. Welcome to Ghana. Listen, bro, listen, transport. Transport is just a fee. One way that you can deal with that is consider transport a tax.
I get it.
Because everybody needs transport.
I get it.
Okay.
That, and then also withdrawal fees from Momo. Like, you're charging me all this money, and then you still want me to pay the fees on top. I mean, again, in the grand scheme of things, it's cool. But it's just those little things that really irritate me.
Right. That's just like, why? How?
Add 25 cities to this large transaction that you're sending to me. I'm like, anyway.
To cover the fees.
Yeah.
You need to cover their fees. So one of the things that I realized about this, that I've learned myself, is we come from a place where there's more in abundance. So if you're buying tiles or sinks or whatever for building a house or any materials that you're buying, most of the vendors, they may not actually have the money to buy the materials, to get the materials for you. They can just source it for you. So they need you to pay a lot more up front, right? Whereas you're definitely not doing no net 30, net 15, net 45-day invoices. You can cancel that.
What is that?
You can cancel that in Ghana. Everything is paid up front, and you pay transport. And I realized that I was like, okay, this is just something, this is the way it's done here, and I need I just need to get used to making sure that I have to pay more up front. And most of them want 70% or higher fee. So now let's talk about how are you dealing with that, right? Because you're not here to do small business.
Correct.
Right? So how are you dealing with, what things have you put in place to help you deal with those things that irritate you or frustrate you, that you're still learning and getting used to in doing business?
I think the thing that gets me through it all is because I've done the projections.
Okay.
And so I know that it's all worth it.
Got you in the end.
In the end.
In the end.
And that's most important. And a lot of people don't really think about the long-term aspect of it. But it's an investment. You're investing time, comfort in certain situations. I mean, there's so many things that you're investing. But as long as you understand what you're working towards, and if you see it as a longer-term play versus a short-term immediate return, then you'll be all right.
And you're like, okay, I can deal with transport.
Yeah,
I can deal with transport for that.
But I mean, if you think about the future of this continent, right, and where the world is going, you know, what COVID exposed, being on the ground, just getting anything going here, right now, it can only go up. Right. Because if you think about the growth in the middle class, if you think about all the youth, the educated youth, right? Just having some type of activity, you'll be all right for the long term.
Right, you'll be all right for the long term.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. A lot of times we have conversations with groups of diasporans who are here, the D9 community that's here, and a lot of times we express our frustrations about things, but at the end of the day, I always tell people I'm still here.
Of course.
Like, you may hear me get frustrated about something like taking 3 hours to get out of the airport or something crazy, but at the end of the day, we're still here. Like, we haven't left, we're not packing up. It's something that we're willing to go through because, again, we have a goal in mind.
And then also think about where you left. And some of the headlines that you get on your phone, the alerts on your phone, oh, this happened, they're like, I'm fine, I'll deal with the 3 hours.
Right, like, I ain't get shot. Like, you know, sometimes people, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Like, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about that. Tell us the name of your company.
So there's a few companies, but here that we're focused on right now is Pro Farms Gateway.
Okay.
And Pro Farms Gateway really focusing on the ground sustainable farming practices where we're training local farmers on how to do organic farming using some of these sustainable practices. But we also have an online component for people outside of Ghana who are interested in coming over here.
Okay.
So an e-learn platform to learn about types of business opportunities as it relates to the agricultural value chain in Ghana. So a lot of education on both sides, but that's actually set up as an NGO.
Okay, it's an NGO.
It's an NGO here. It's an NGO.
Now, is there specific agricultural products? Is it or just any?
It's across the board. So our site, we're developing a 30-acre site as a demo farm.
Okay.
So we can use a lot of the talent that's here to focus on some of these more sustainable, regenerative practices, because those are the ones that aren't really mainstream. So a lot of the farming practices are old practices picked up from generation to generation, but if we want to do regenerative farming where we're actually adding more to the land than what we're taking from it, then you have to look at an entire ecosystem on site. So that's exactly what we're developing with our land. And then with the online ecosystem, as we'll call it, where all the stakeholders in that agricultural value chain are there, being able to utilize all of those resources in a more efficient and effective manner.
Now, you said sustainable and regenerative farming practices.
Yes.
Give us an example of something that's done now that you've experienced or seen in Ghana, and a sustainable and a regenerative practice that can change the scope of dealing with that agricultural product.
Okay. So if you think about fish farming, right? So with fish farming, once they process the fish, all the waste is, they're not using it as they should when it comes to fertilizer. So taking fish waste and combining it with things like sugarcane, as an example, letting that sit, in a few weeks you have what you can use for fertilizer for the crops. So now as you're growing the feeds for the fish, you're not having to pay for your fish feed. So now your operating expense is a lot lower than what it would be.
Got you. That's a great example.
Like yeah.
And your 30-acre test farm is in Kumasi.
Yeah, outside of Kumasi.
So how do you like? What is the atmosphere in Kumasi around your business? Is it, or why did you choose Kumasi? Was it just that's where the land was, or was it something specific about Kumasi? You said, let's do it there.
Well, we wanted to make sure that we weren't more than 2 hours from a major airport, right?
Okay.
So I can get on the flight in Kumasi, come here, and go wherever I need to go. But you know, not really civilization. You know, that's.
I got you.
Maybe we'll have to edit that out.
Don't worry, I got you. They get it.
But the land there was far enough away from the city, but close enough, and you're able to get a larger tract of land up that way. But now we can do a lot more. So the versatility of the land, the topography, Okay. There's 2 high peaks, so now we can have lookout points and put chalets, so when visitors come from the States and other places, they can actually come and experience farm living. And get the nature, reconnect with nature, since that's very, very important.
Right.
From coming from DC, coming from these cities that
even from Accra.
I mean, or Accra.
Right.
But not having to deal with the traffic. That's my biggest thing here. Such a waste of time.
Kumasi traffic is not.
It is.
It's not slight.
You're absolutely
It's
right.
not slight. Maybe on the outskirts, but I know Kumasi traffic is just as bad as Accra traffic sometimes.
But once I get onto my site, I don't have to leave this.
You don't have to leave. You're there. You ain't got to worry about it. You fresh air, breeze with nature. Got you. Okay, so talk to us a little bit more about the trajectory of your 30-acre farm. Like over the next few years, what do you expect to have happen? Maybe what are some of your larger goals? What are some of your smaller goals? And even how can other people see or get to your e-learning platform to find out more about what you're doing?
Got it. So as we look at the farm, definitely a long-term thing. Right? We were fortunate to purchase an already established orange orchard.
Okay.
So it's already established. Of course, some of the trees are older, so we're rotating those out and putting new things. Also clearing out some space because they didn't do anything on that site other than have those trees, right? So some of the first things we did was we planted coconuts all the way around the boundary.
Okay.
Just to be able to identify it from a distance. But in 2 more years, those coconuts will be bearing fruit. So to be able to sell the coconuts, we're clearing out spaces for the livestock.
Okay.
We're digging out like a wetlands area where we can have the fish species.
Okay.
But also we want to bring back the birds and those types of things.
Nice.
There, but really creating this totally off-grid oasis out there, since there really isn't anything like that I've seen. But as I mentioned, being able to have the chalets and those pieces where tourists can actually come now and stay on site, because out there you don't really get that international standard when it comes to accommodation. And
so you're building it.
Absolutely. And that's why people stay in Accra or they stay in Kumasi and only go short distances from those two, because those are the only places that you can really get that standard.
Right.
I like air conditioning. I don't like to sleep with the windows open and have to worry about mosquitoes all night. I mean, I just don't like that.
Right? I get it.
I like warm water.
I get it. Some of us do. Some of us do. No, that's very important.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you said that, because I think it's important for people to know that when they come, it's going to be very beneficial to them to be clear about who they are, right? And what are those things that are non-negotiable, right? Like, it doesn't make you less of a committed person to Africa or your business if you require AC.
Yeah.
And some people have this concept and this idea that being more traditional means being less comfortable, right? Or like, if it's traditional, then it's struggle.
Yeah.
Like, I know my ancestors be looking at me like, bruh, we ain't come this far for you to struggle, right? Like, struggle is not in our legacy, and it doesn't have to be. So I'm glad you said that, because I really think it's important. And some people get caught up with that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they go through this internal thing, like, well, all of these people don't have AC, and I'm complaining about not having AC. And
I mean, I like good wine.
Fine wine, nothing wrong with that. Right. How do you feel about the cultural scene in Accra? Like, I mean, we know it's a big party town.
Yeah.
December in Ghana, when that comes, is outrageous. But how is that part of your moving here and living, in terms of just being able to go out to nice places, have fine wine, being able to go out with your wife, and just in living?
Yeah. Whatever you're into, you can do it here. But it has
say that one more time for the people in the back.
Whatever you're into, you can get it here with additional flavor, and that's the piece. Like the detail that locals put into certain things, activities. I mean, we don't get that type of creativity back in the States.
Right.
So coming here, I can eat that up all day. The visual aspects of it, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Got you. Let me jump back into your business. So, are you employing people right now in Ghana?
Yes.
How many people do you employ?
So right now we have 3 people on site full time, and then seasonal, and depending on what projects that we're working on, we'll bring other locals from the village to help out.
Okay, and so what crops are you all, I know you mentioned coconut.
Yeah,
You mentioned fish. You mentioned livestock. Like, what other agricultural products will you grow?
So we're clearing the space right now, and we're working with our agronomists to see exactly what fits where based on the topography and everything, and then also how it can all come together in that ecosystem, sustainable format. Yeah.
So you're at a space in your business where you all are kind of really just getting started.
Yeah.
You're just getting started.
It's still under development.
Right.
It's still under development.
How would you rate this risk? Right. Like, what I found when I came here is, and I'm talking to other people about investing and doing business here, and most people are immediately just looking at their ROI.
Yeah.
And I think some of my head down focus and the reason for just being like, I'm on my run, I can't come home, I can't come back for a few years or only a little bit because I got to stay focused on this thing, is seeing the big picture.
Yep.
And seeing what those projections and those numbers are going to be. But for you, in what you're doing there right now, how do you find the risk? Right? Because there's some protections you don't have here when you're investing in a business.
Correct.
Especially something on land and you just don't know. How do you deal with that?
So the way I look at any business, it's most important is risk management.
Okay.
Risk management. And so agriculture, the cost of planting, I mean, I'm not paying to put a building up. You know, that's when you talk about risk, that's what I'm comparing it to.
Okay.
But what we're putting on the ground, in the ground, for the long term, and while we're doing it in the structure that we're doing it, right? So demo farm so that we can test out which ones would be best for commercial production on a larger scale.
Okay.
So in a sense, we're still managing that risk by looking at the entire picture and identifying which key areas, whether it be livestock or crops, that we can do on the 500 acre plus size.
Got you.
So we're testing it all out so that we can maintain control of that risk.
So your demo farm is your R&D.
Yeah.
How would you rate the importance of R&D here as you dive into business, even outside of your industry, just as a business person? How important is R&D, research and development?
Yeah, I would say that when you're investing in the early stages, don't invest more than you're willing to lose. I'm very conservative. A lot of people
say that one time, because we're having a conversation that some people will watch and get it, and then other people may not.
Yeah.
Right, because they haven't they're not investing in things. They might have some savings, but they haven't actively gotten involved in investing. So say that one more time. Don't
invest into things don't invest what you're not willing to lose in the beginning. So you can really test it out. You know, stress test this thing. Because if you go all in, we know a lot of people that have packed up and had to go back home.
I would say more than that have stayed.
Yeah. Because they thought, I'm coming from where I'm coming from, I've been successful there, it's easy to do it here. And you go back home with just a shirt on your back.
Right.
Because you didn't take the time to properly vet, do all the R&D, and manage your risk.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
So, tell us, I'm going to give you one more question because we're running out of time. I would love to sit and talk more and really get into some of the details of what you're doing with agriculture. But give us an idea of what your trajectory looks like in 5 and 10 years. Like, when do you feel like you're going to be able to scale? And I'm going to add this onto it. How do you see what you're doing moving beyond Ghana through the continent of Africa?
Got it. So, first and foremost, anything in the agri sector, you have to be adding value at the end of it. It's not just growing. You know, you have to process, you have to package, and either you distribute it locally or internationally. So that's what I'm looking at. That's my background, right? But the beauty of Ghana is the same as Cote d'Ivoire, it's the same as Nigeria, it's the same as a lot of the other countries on the continent. So if you can figure out a model that works here, it's duplicatable, replicatable. And with the African Continental Free Trade Area, you have more control to establish operations in other areas all across the country. So long-term wise, as I mentioned, demos right now to do our own R&D and then identify what works, do it on a larger commercial scale, but also have that processing component so you can export it locally throughout the continent or anywhere in the world.
Excellent. And that's, I mean, agriculture is such a big business and such a big opportunity for people here. And it requires you to, number one, educate the population around you because you're going to be doing it differently. And I'm sure one of the things you experience here is a lot of things are done just because that's the way they've always done it. And people don't necessarily have access not only to the information but to adequate training to know, or the resources to know, how do I do it differently? How do I do it better? So that's a really big thing. And then you're employing people. You know, so that's giving back to the ecosystem, as you said. Last thing before we go, sound advice, 1 or 2 points to anybody who is looking to come and invest, regardless. Maybe they're just looking to move and check it out. Maybe they just want to come visit and scope, you know. What is your 1 or 2 pieces of advice to people who are looking to come this way and get into something?
Honestly, I think you have to come. I mean, period, the end. You come here, you don't just stay in the city. Really go out into the rural areas and understand what it is that you want to do and why you want to do it. What's going to motivate you to continue to do it once it gets difficult. But being here is most important. And a lot of people need to take that next step before they start to look at other investment opportunities.
Get off the computer. Get offline.
Get off IG. Come here.
Let me just, I know we have to go, but I want to ask you one more thing. Since COVID, like you said, if people have been paying attention, you've seen that. Like I always tell people, look, the jig is up. COVID has showed you that there really are no rules, and everything they've been telling you is it can happen without it, right? How have you found being here during COVID? Because, you know, the times that I've gone back to the U.S., it just kind of felt like a dumpster fire in the news and everything. It's just like this thing. And here it feels a little bit more relaxed to me. But how have you, I mean, we still have to be cautious. We still have to maintain distance and things. But how has COVID felt? Has it felt overwhelming? Has it felt manageable?
It's been very manageable. People are still getting sick severely with COVID here. But COVID is just like anything else. You know, you have to manage it, but manage it in a way that you can still accomplish whatever it is that you need to accomplish. But COVID, I haven't had any real issues. Places that you go, they still require masks and hand sanitizers, those types of things. But no, it's been okay.
Cool.
No issues.
Brother Stephen McDonough, thank you so much for joining us here on Diaspora Link. I appreciate you coming to share with us.
Well, I appreciate you having me. You know, and I'm glad to see what you're doing with the show, because it's very important to get our messages out, and you're creating that platform. So I've always been impressed watching you over the years. So keep up the good work, brother.
Thank you, my bro. Thank you. Stephen McDonough, thank you so much for tuning in for another episode of Diaspora Link, and we will see you next time. You're doing great things around the world. Thank you so much for joining us for another episode of Diaspora Link. I want to thank our guest again, Mr. Stephen McDonough, for coming and sharing a little bit of himself with us. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri, and we'll leave you today, as we do every episode, with a bit of ancestral wisdom in the form of a proverb. Today's proverb is actually one of my favorites. The best way to eat an elephant in your path is to cut it up into small pieces. We hope to see you next week on Diaspora Link.
You're doing great things around the world. Yeah, you're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Great things, yeah.
He's ignorant about coaching. He doesn't have a training as a coach. That's why he says so. So I didn't want to respond technically, because he may not even be able to understand that, because he's not a coach. He's a boxer. He's a world champion. I respect him for that.
Woo! This is not an easy task at all. Well, that is what the coach of Ghana's amateur boxing team, Ufori Asari, has been doing to train Ghana's boxers at the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, where we won 3 medals in boxing, 2 silver medals and 1 bronze medal. Well, in this episode of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, we are coming to sit down with the legendary coach to have a good discussion with him on how he trained his boxers to go ahead and win 3 medals for Ghana in boxing. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and we're taking a short break. When we return, we'll delve into the conversation. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and as promised, I have the coach of Ghana's amateur boxing team, Coach Ufori Asari. Coach, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Last year, I was with you prior to the Olympic Games. You went and was able to win Ghana's only medal at the Olympic Games. This year at the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, against all odds, you sent the boxing team to the Commonwealth Games, won 3 medals, 2 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal. How do you feel as a coach?
Yeah, I think I feel fulfilled in terms of the performance. I'm very happy about it, because it was about 24 years ago that we had a medal in this kind. For instance, 4 years ago I was a coach. 24 years ago I was a coach. I was part of the team that won gold. Ramona, James Tony, Charles Ademu, Aloy Moyoyo, and then I was a coach.
Wow.
And since then, so many things has happened, and our medal has dropped down to sometimes only 1 bronze for boxing. And even though sometimes it looks like it is a rescue medal in terms of maybe all the disciplines, maybe boxing will come out with 1 bronze to save the face of the sport. But I still think that we must do better. And so as it happened this time, I'm very, very happy, and I feel that all that I was determined, I'm able to fulfill it. So I'm happy.
Some people say you're a magician. Looking at the current circumstances that we find ourselves, a country that we invest a lot in football than boxing. Yet still, anytime you go out there with Ghana's boxing team, you are able to win a medal. How do you do it with little resources?
Yeah, it is because I'm a trained coach. I'm a qualified coach, and I have small level of psychology, and also I understand our situation very well, that I can't keep on complaining, because where we find ourselves in, even if we have everything at our disposal, everything that we need, we still will lack, because we are not better in terms of our economical background than some other countries. If we are going to the Commonwealth Games, we cannot compare our facilities to England or let's say Scotland or Canada. They are all better in terms of facilities and equipments than us. But I believe that when comparing to the coaches that handle the team, I'm equally good as them, because we all have the highest standard, that is the 3-star level. So sometimes I use that as, no, I must also be able to achieve something, because even though some of them, they have more support, we have the same qualification, but they have more support that made them happy. I must also use more of psychology in terms of citing my athletes to be able to do it. So all our boxers going to the Commonwealth Games, they know that we don't have facilities enough. We don't have as much as support that we think we must. But that is our level. That is the limit we can go. Because when you are schooling, sometimes you school with people who parents have money than you, but you don't give up. You sacrifice. You work very hard to be able to get yourself into the race. So I see it from that angle that our father doesn't have enough, but we will not let it go. We will make sure that we put up our best performance. And sometimes poor people also achieve certain things.
Okay, so poor people also achieve something, but 9 boxers. Let's zoom into the Commonwealth Games proper. Our first bout, Olena Satut, our female boxer. When she went there and she lost the first bout, now you are left with 8 boxers. At that point in time, what were you telling the boxers?
Yeah, actually, Dr. Onera Satos wasn't part of our preparation. Even though we selected her, we selected her based on a past performance. She's the only female boxer who have level that can compete at the Commonwealth Games. Is our only, is our only female boxer who won bronze at the international level. And so, even though we choose her, we were asking the organizers to bring her down for us to get into our preparation, but we didn't get that opportunity to work with
let
her.
me chip in. Do you think in future she can be able to win a medal for Ghana in terms of boxing, maybe the All African Games or probably the next Olympics or Commonwealth?
Yeah, Onera is good, and she's intelligent as well, and you don't downplay intelligent people because she knows what to do. We communicate enough, but in person, when you are preparing somebody in person, it's good that you get the person closer, and that was what we were asking for, and we couldn't get it until we get to the Commonwealth, because ticketing and financing. Our problem is money, no money syndrome. Our problem is the no money syndrome thing. So we get together about 2 weeks, a week before the actual competition. So a little that we can do, we did that.
Okay.
But I think if we have get more opportunity in terms of time, she will do better. But she's good. She's good, and if we manage her proper, we can achieve a lot with her.
Okay. So moving on, at the Commonwealth Games, Ghana was struck with the biggest shock of the tournament. Our boxer, who is Sameh, was suspended for some issues. Was it a surprise to you that a boxer from your camp went through suspension and for doping? Because you've managed the team for a long time, so definitely you wouldn't have allowed anything like that to happen. So what went wrong? What happened?
Actually, I've been talking about this support. We want all the departments available. I've been saying this time and time again. We didn't even have maybe education on doping. It is my knowledge that I advise them, don't do this, don't do that. But I think in future we need to have those kind of support in terms of technical know-how, in terms of this doping issue, because I believe that Sheku Sameh has no idea about doping. I don't think he has intention of doping himself for a set competition. But out of ignorance, he has taken something, and that thing happened to be a band drug.
Okay.
But it's not intentional. We know people who dope. They work towards doping and to come and perform. I don't think Sheku Same has something like that. Doesn't have idea about.
So was it a drug or was food? Was it something like supplement or? It was
yeah, according to the doping institution, or doping institution, we were told that he has something like a mask. He has taken something as a mask to cover doping. You see, which is unbelievable. You see, because I know very well that he's ignorant about the whole doping program. So it's something that happens. Can happen to any other our sport, any other sector of our sport. So we should have an eye open on that. I think it's a ringing bell for our alertness, because if we were in camp, we were doing everything together. I don't think something like that will happen, because we will take care of their medication. We will take care of anything that they do. But not being in camp, they can sometimes, Ghana, sometimes when you feel headache, you go to some shop and buy something, that's all, with the advice of the pharmacist there. So you may go and take something which is a banned drug, and you may not know, and later on it will appear. But maybe intentionally you didn't have intention of taking a banned drug. Even there are some energy drinks outside there. When you take it, there are some substances in it. There are some drinks available in town that when you take it, there are some substances in it. So when we are in camp, we will guide against all those things. So when we are not in camp, these things can happen. So we should know, I think it should be a lesson for us to know that in future, we shouldn't allow certain things to happen by guiding against it through camping.
All right, that explanation was well given, because a lot of reports was here and there, but I think you've given us the right information. Before your team left Ghana for Birmingham, there were reports about interference in the boxes, because there was a justify to pick the boxes for the amateur team. There was one boxer named Theophilus. It was alleged that he was supposed to be part of the team, but he wasn't. What was the issue about?
I think Theo was my choice at that time, but it wasn't. I wasn't the only person who has to take decision on who to go or not to go.
So even though I'm a technical, did they interfere in your work?
Well, I don't want to pick it as interference, because it is a team work. It's a teamwork. So I think whatever happened, we all learn from it. I remember when when my president was Ambassador Kwaku. At that time, we prepare a team the same way.
Okay.
And my choice was Jesse Lati at that time. And Ambassador Kwaku advised me that he's not happy with the recent performance of Jesse Lati. So he wants a replacement, and so he proposed Isaac Dogbe to me at that time. And he being the president and also have idea about the sports, I didn't hesitate. I just accept, because he didn't select the whole team. At least he proposed some of his something that he think is good. And when we went there, Dogbe performed.
I think we'll get into that. But
yeah, Dogbe performed. So
this where we'll take a break, because when we return, that's when you are going to get into the juicy aspect of how Coach Asari makes sure he gets the right boxers that will go out there to become not only great professional boxers, but also win medals for Ghana at tournaments. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafi, and this is Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. We are taking a short break. We'll be back after this. So you're welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafi, and you're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with Coach Ofori Asare. It's a legend. It's a legend. Coach, do you know a legend?
Well, you say so.
You've been serving for the past how many years? 20 years?
Yeah, more.
Would you
on and off sometimes? Yeah.
Would you be happy if you are named as the longest serving coach in Ghana's history?
Yeah, why not? Why not? It is true because I've worked very hard for that, and sometimes people think I should be pushed off, but the same people come back and pick me again. So that is how it is. I work very hard, and when you work very hard, most of the times that's how it seems to be.
When you work very hard, it's your work coming with money. Coaching the national team, is it lucrative? Like coaching the Black Stars?
No, it's not. I cannot compare myself to that. It's actually it's the love of the sport. I became a coach through the advice of my coach, Surprise Asoa, when I was a boxer. He trained me as a boxer and trained me as a coach, and he saw the talent in me, and he encouraged me that I should do coaching.
Okay.
You see, so I pick it from him. He's also a great coach, and he already told me how great I can be if I stick to coaching very well. So I was doing it, not thinking about money.
But you get paid?
Yeah, actually, payment in terms of my coaching in the national team, no. But I work at the National Sports Authority. So
wow.
Because I work at the National Sports Authority, it is like I'm obliged to work for the national.
So you are not paid like the Black Stars?
No, nobody pay me about that. That is the sacrifice I does that people don't know. You see, sometimes some people also think that I'm getting some money or something.
But so far, how many medals have you won with the national team?
In terms of medal, adding this 1 to 8, I have about 47 gold. I have 42 silver and 41 bronze.
What coach is saying?
Which is in all 130 something plus.
What coach is saying is not only Commonwealth, it's not only Olympic Games, it includes all African Games, which other tournaments?
ECOWAS Games, Commonwealth Games, African Games, African Championships, African Zone Competition, Black Expo Games, all those things.
But we are talking about Commonwealth because that is the moment for now. Commonwealth Games, I was monitoring the team very well. I saw the likes of Omar Wahid, I saw the likes of Joseph Kome. Then Abraham came next, Abraham Mensah. Abraham was lucky, I must say, because he fought one bout and made it to the semis, I think. Then he went to the finals. These three boxers, were you really hoping that they would be able to get the gold medal?
Well, actually, all the boxers I sent, I was determined that we may be able to say true. It is not easy thing. When you go, sometimes you may have a very good boxer. Certain things, circumstances may pull your boxer out of the competition, like what happened to Sheku Sameh. I was having Jesse Lati, who is also my medal prospect. Also, circumstances pulled him out. The reason that many people don't know was that Jesse Lati didn't fight in his weight category.
Oh, okay.
Because of wrong documentation. His name was entered in a different weight category.
Really?
And when we reached there and I protest about it, it seems there's nothing they can do about it. So I have to just accept him fighting in that weight category. So it's not that just that he didn't perform, but it is because of the weight category that he find himself in. He's someone who listened and he always wanted to do it. You could have said he will not boast, or you could have just said, because that is not his weight category at that time. But he accepted the challenge, and what happened was that he couldn't win. Okay.
So for Omar Wahib, were you hoping that he would have won a gold medal? Because from the way he fought from the preliminary stages, I think he earned a knockout as well in one of his bouts. Were you hoping that he would win a gold medal?
Yes, that was what I was determined. Sometimes balloting counts a lot. He didn't get a very good ballot, so he has to fight from 132. So he has about 4 fights before getting the bronze. Somebody may have 3 fights, 4 fights, and may win gold for his country. So Wahid Omar did marvelously well, but he didn't get a good ballot, so he has to fight from there. The same thing happens to Joseph Kome, who also has to fight from 132, being a new boxer as well. And it's not easy to fight within 10 days. Fighting 4 fights within 10 days.
Wow. Let's talk about Joseph Kome. Do you know a lot of Ghanaians were rooting for Joseph to win gold medal because of his style? He had dyed hair and, you know, boxing and attitude. When a boxer has attitude and can get his opponent annoyed and everything. How disappointed was it knowing that?
Yeah, actually, I always say that boxers, athlete life first, winning is second. The athlete life is more important than any other thing. He can live to win another time again. When we find out that he's sick, he was complaining, and I have to call a doctor, and the doctor confirmed that he's really sick. But he is a determined boxer. He wanted to do whatever he did, but he can even die in the ring.
But it was a Northern Ireland boxer. He could have beaten him. What do you think?
Yeah, he could have beaten him, but what if he fell down in the ring and then dies? You see the whole thing. So we need to listen to the doctors. You know, I always want to work with specialists, people who understand the sport. Maybe if we don't have a doctor at that time at the village, we will just do what our own thing, and something else may happen. You see. So what happened to us? It's rather unfortunate, but we take it that that is how it should be.
For these 3 boxers that have so far won medals for Ghana, if they decide to go professional?
Yeah, you know, if you could remember, when Samuel Techi came from the Olympics Games, he took a very strong decision. Nobody was able to persuade him. He said he's going to professional, and he's really professional now. That is a decision of the boxers, because as difficult as it is in making a champion, their life is also very, very important. You see champions, or you see potential boxers who can be world champions, and they may not be able to do it.
So you will not be disappointed if they go professional?
I will not, because I told people that I will replace Samuel Techi, and I did it.
So you replaced these boxers?
Yeah. Kome is fighting in Samuel Techi's weight category. He was fighting in the weight Samuel, and I told people that I can replace any boxer who leaves the national team. And so the boxers, we must sometimes allow them also to take their decision, because if Samuel Techi become a world champion for Ghana, it's the same.
With Samuel Techi, Ikwete made some statements about you saying that the boxer lacked some basic training, and that it was Samuel Techi's own intelligence that he used to win a medal for Ghana at the Olympic Games. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, you know, he's ignorant about coaching. He doesn't have a training as a coach. That's why he says so. So I didn't want to respond technically, because he may not even be able to understand that, because he's not a coach. He's a boxer. He's a world champion. I respect him for that. But he's not a trained coach, and so he doesn't understand so many things. When he talk about fundamentals, can he vividly explain what is fundamentals in boxing? You see, he doesn't have those knowledge. So but people hail them because they are world champions, and but that doesn't make him to just criticized unnecessarily. Somebody won bronze, something that you couldn't achieve when you are as an amateur. You couldn't achieve that, and you downplay that person, that he doesn't know basics, he doesn't know anything. Do you think winning bronze medal is just lucky or magic? Olympic bronze medal, qualifying to the Olympics Games is not even something just happening. You have to box and win. You see, so those kind of criticism, I take it in good faith, because you don't expect to be a coach and you don't have somebody to criticize you. But I trained Samotechi, despite whatever he thought about Samotechi, to win, to qualify to the Olympics game, to win bronze. Now Samotechi is at his disposal, so he should be able to make good use of Samotechi, because Samotechi is a great boxer. I believe in Samotechi, and I know if you handle Samotechi very well, you'll be a world champion.
Speaking of world champion, one of the boxers you managed was Isaac Dogbe. He's aiming to become a two-time champion. Can he be able to become a two-time champion in future?
It's possible, because Isaac Dogbe is the youngest world champion that the country has produced for now. And he is very disciplined, as I know him. I train him, I qualify him to Olympics Games, and I won medal with him at the African level before I went to the Olympics Games. There was certain errors that made Dogbe couldn't win medal at the Olympics Games, and he has proven it by becoming a world champion. And now that he has been a world champion, to be a world champion again, it's like trying to read a book that you've already read. You see, so he has what it takes to be a world champion, and he's still young. People even are not his age, and they still aim of becoming world champions. And he has already been a world champion, and I think he is determined, and he has what it takes to be. And so I wish him well, and I wanted him to be a champion again.
Will you say he should fight Emmanuel Navarrete for the third time? Because he has three different options. He has WBO, which Navarrete holds. He can also go for WBC, which Luis Vargas has that title. Then he can also go for the IBF title, which is held by an English boxer named Josh Wellington. Which of these three belts should he approach? Should he fight Navarrete for the third time, or go for IBF or WBC? Well, these
issues has always been happening in the professional circles. Some people have 3, 4 fights. Sugar Ray Leonard and Thomas Hens. It happens sometimes, and sometimes somebody who has been beaten can also come back and beat the other person. If you could remember, Hens also beat Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard also beat Hens. But he has lost 2 already. Yeah, but the point is, let's compare Marquette and Manny Pacquiao. Marquette also lost to Manny Pacquiao, but he knocked Manny Pacquiao out at their last fight. So those things can happen. But to me, Dogbe is a boxer, and he takes challenge, and he can do whatever he wants to do. So his choice is the most important thing, not what I will be thinking or what I will be suggesting to him. If he believed that he wanted to be great by beating Navarrete, why don't get that chance? If he wanted to find another means of becoming a world champion again, why not? So it all depends upon, because if you want to achieve something, you have to look at something big. Finally, before we go, how do you want to be celebrated as a legendary coach? Well, I don't know for now. I don't know. Whatever should be, should be. Que sera, sera. Que sera, sera. Whatever should be, should be. On that note, that is how we wrap up for this edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and I sat down with the legendary coach, Coach Ofori Asare, who was able to lead Ghana's amateur boxing team, popularly known as the Black Bombers, to win 3 medals for Ghana at the Commonwealth Games. They won 2 silver medals and 1 bronze medal. Wow. At the previous Commonwealth Games, Ghana won only 1 medal at that particular tournament in Australia, and it was Coach Ofori Asare
who led the team to win that particular medal. That was Jesse Lati, and he has been able to do that. Well, that is how we wrap up for this edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and thanks for watching.